and now I want to test it because, I mean, I love the MLV. I love where we're going with it, and I probably will still end up using it. But if we could figure out an architecture with the shuttle as my crew launcher and SLS or Collins-derived launch vehicle, so like I'm talking about using SLS and shuttle in one shot. If we could figure out a way to do that, I would do it. I would do it just because that is the ultimate architecture. I could do everything that I want to with that and use systems that I know already work. Like what we might have to do is screw around with the SRBs a little bit, but I might be able to get the SRBs to work. And if we're dumping the SRBs, like, I looked at the price of Clydesdales. The price of Clydesdales are $18.5 a pop. We could run expendable if we really want to. I removed the piston lock and it still holds itself up. Good. Good. I want to look into this a little bit more. I'm not going to lie to you. I want to look into it more. Anyway, let's switch over to NASA coverage here. NASA is announcing their new spacesuit. I'm just switching up the titles now. Sounds like Joshua Tree. All right, here we go. Yeah, I didn't have time to do the spacesuit primer, guys, but they'll probably explain what's going on, and then I'll tell you what's up. So, here. Let's get this going and see. Wow, is the audio actually balanced for a change? Not bad. All right. Okay, let's see. Hey, I've talked to that guy before. I've talked to that guy before too. I don't know, Chief. We'll find out. So while this is going on, while they're doing the background thing, what I'm going to say is what NASA is trying to do now is come up with a new suit for working on the moon and working up in space. That's what they're trying to do here, the next-gen spacesuit. So I'll shut up and I'll let them talk.
Good afternoon, and welcome to the Johnson Space Center here in Houston, Texas. I'm NASA's Gary Jordan. Thank you for joining us here today. We have a very exciting announcement today to reveal the companies who have been selected to move forward in developing the next generation of spacesuits that will be used for Artemis missions to the moon, as well as at the International Space Station in low Earth orbit. We have some panelists here today that will be providing remarks and answering questions regarding the new award. Here at the table today, from left to right, we have Vanessa Weich, the director of the Johnson Space Center, Lindsay Aitchison, Program Executive for the Extravehicular Activity and Human Surface Mobility Program, or EHP for short. She's coming in from NASA's headquarters in Washington, D.C. We also have Dina Cantella, Operations Integration Manager of the International Space Station Program here at the Johnson Space Center, and Laura Kearney, Manager of EHP here at the Johnson Space Center. We, of course, also have representatives of the awarded companies to provide opening remarks and address some questions, but I won't be the one spoiling the fun. I'll leave that to Vanessa Weich. We'll first start with some initial remarks from each of the briefers before opening it up for questions. We'll be taking questions on our phone bridge as well as here at the Johnson Space Center and, of course, on social media platforms. If you're on our phone bridge, press *1 to enter into the queue. And, of course, if you're media, you'll be raising your hand. And for social, just use the hashtag #AskNASA. So let's begin with some opening remarks with Vanessa Weich. Vanessa.
Thank you, Gary. Oh, I'm super excited about today. I'm going to do my best to contain my excitement. At NASA's Johnson Space Center, we have been working to have new exploration suit capabilities for a number of years. And we will have these suits, and they'll be made available for us to support the International Space Station as well as for our Artemis missions going forward. This is a historic day for us. And the history will be made with these suits when we get to the moon. We will have our first person of color and our first woman that will be wearers and users of these suits in space. So this is a very important day. We've had our internal team working for several years on a government reference design as well as technology that we made available to the companies that submitted proposals for providing this service capability. So without further ado, I am very happy to announce that the awardees will be Axiom Space and Collins Aerospace Industry Team. So congratulations, they're represented today, Axiom Space by Michael Seferdini, and the Collins Aerospace Industry Team by Dan Burbank. Congratulations. So this particular type of contract is going to be a task award. And so as they're developing the service, NASA will be certifying alongside to make sure that they are ready for our astronauts to be a part of them. And then once the suits are then ready, they will be used. These capabilities are for, as I said, for the International Space Station, and we anticipate that we will continue operations on the International Space Station until 2030. So it's important that we have a capability there. And for Artemis, the first use will be on Artemis 3, which will be the first lunar landing for over 50 years. So it's very important that we have these suits. I do want to also acknowledge the procurement and the legal team for all of the hard work that went into making this possible. It was over a year's worth of work to be able to get the proposal packages ready to go out with all of the requirements. Our engineering teams have put together the standards, and those requirements and standards that are needed were developed, and then these proposals, the companies have agreed that they're going to meet those requirements and standards, and so we will be able to have these capabilities tested, and they'll be tested before our astronauts are being used on orbit or either on the surface of the moon. So I just want to share that, this is a credible time in human space. I think most people are aware that NASA's Johnson Space Center continues to be a very critical hub for space exploration. We have missions today going on at the International Space Station. We're looking forward to our time when we'll go to the moon and then on to Mars. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vanessa. Let's go to Lindsay Aitchison.
So as you might have gleaned from Vanessa's remarks, spacesuits have been a critical part of every part of our human spaceflight programs, going all the way back to the original missions back with Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo. And they continue to be at the forefront. You'll notice that spacesuits are going to be a key focal point when we take those first steps back on the lunar South Pole. And when we're there, this XEBAS contract is a critical milestone to getting us to that point. So we're all super excited to be able to reach that today. Recently, Congress agreed to formulate a new program here at the Johnson Space Center, and that program is the Exploration EVA Human Surface Mobility Program, EHP. And as part of that program that's managed by Laura Kearney, from whom you'll hear soon, we're going to not only develop the spacesuits, but also the human rover systems, which will help us explore more of the moon than we ever have before. The XEVAS contract is the first major acquisition of this new program. And under that, you'll see the commitment that NASA has to developing public-private partnerships across the agency so that we can do more. Under this new arrangement, we're not only meeting NASA's objectives, but also helping to support and encourage an emerging space economy so that in the future, it's not just NASA EVA services, but there'll be a range of customers that can purchase that in the future. It's exciting, it leads to innovation, and make sure that we have sustained competition along the way. And now to talk more about how the XEVAS contract is important to the space station program, I'll turn it over to Dina.
All right, thank you. All right, well, the space station program is really excited to be here today to be part of this announcement. You know, the existing spacesuit has been the workhorse for the agency for 40 years and has helped maintain and utilize the International Space Station as well as construct it. And so of the 250 spacewalks that are partners and we have done on board Space Station, 169 of those have been with the existing spacesuit. And so the spacesuit technology, though, of course, at 40 years is now aging. And so we'd like to try new future technologies. And we'd like to do it in an affordable way. And so this contract is actually a great part of our strategy for ISS for maintaining and utilizing the space station for years to come. And so as the providers will be certifying and demonstrating their technologies for new spacesuits, we'll be conducting an orderly transition away from our existing spacesuit and over to the new spacesuits. And so, you know, ISS, it's a test bed, and it's especially a test bed for exploration. And so we're looking forward to learning what we can on ISS and then handing what we've learned over to Artemis. And so we're looking forward to working with the providers as partners and bringing ISS and their spacesuits into the modern age, I'd say, and helping the agency on its way to the moon. And so next up is Laura Kearney, who's going to talk about her management of this contract as part of the Johnson Space Center's overall strategy. Laura?
Thanks, Dina. Yeah, good afternoon. So I just wanted to start by saying thank you. Thank you to the NASA team and to our industry team for getting us here today. Vanessa mentioned it, but it takes a lot of hard work and effort to pull a contract like this together. I know a lot of blood, sweat, and tears and late nights go into it. So I want to just put out my personal appreciation to everyone who was a part of getting us here today. As Lindsay mentioned, the EHP program, it's one of our goals really is to look for new, innovative ways of being more affordable, all while we continue to focus on safety and mission success. And I think this contract and our new partners, we're going to be the first ones out the gate in this program working towards that goal. We were really impressed with the proposals that came in, the ingenuity and the innovation that we saw in the proposals. We are very, very confident that together, collaborating with our partners and our NASA team, we're going to be successful. And we're very, very excited about seeing these new suits operating on the space station and on the moon. So I wanted to just extend on behalf of my team and my colleagues in the EHP welcome to our new team. We are super excited to be working with you guys. Put your running shoes on because it's going to be a very busy next few years, and we're ready to jump in on this great adventure with you guys. So congratulations and welcome to the team.
All right, thank you, Laura. We'll now go to the companies in alphabetical order, starting with Axiom Space. We have Mike Suffredine. Mike.
So first, I have to say thank you to my NASA friends and colleagues. Well, first, thank them for the selection, but really, as Laura said, it's a tremendous amount of work to do the process of selecting contractors, and there's a tremendous amount of work on our side to create proposals, thousands of pages long, that these poor guys have to pour through every word and make sure it makes sense. And so my hat's off to the NASA team and also to the Axiom team and Collins team as well for the work that's necessary to get to the point we are today. But what I think is really important about today is we have talked about, you know, I've been on both sides, and we've talked about for many years public and private partnerships. And I think this is really one of the first cases where it's actually benefits both sides. Normally, as the agency is trying to pull commercial to start doing things, it's been about helping commercial develop so that they can provide a product that the agency can buy, and ultimately they'll be able to sell at some point. But in this case, we are building a space station. We have a need, Axiom Space has a need for a spacesuit. We have a number of customers that already would like to do a spacewalk, and we had planned to build a suit as part of our program. And so it's fantastic to have a partnership where we can benefit from the years of experience that NASA has and all the work they've done to advance the design to where it is today, and then us as a commercial company come in and work with them to build it in a way that's lowest cost, so that we can both utilize the suit to meet our needs. So we're very excited to be a part of this partnership. It is very beneficial to us both. One of the things that's important for us that we tell people around here, Axiom is a Houston-based company. Everything we do is done in Houston, Texas. Our spacecraft will be built here in Houston, Texas. The spacesuits will be built here in Houston, Texas. This job alone increases our size of our company by a little over 300 people. So it's a significant positive impact to the city of Houston and to our surrounding area as well. So we're excited to be here and appreciate the faith you guys have in us. So thank you very much.
Okay, and lastly, we have Dan Burbank with Collins Aerospace. Dan.
Yeah, thanks very much, Gary. And again, I'd echo what Mike said and thank the team that did the evaluations. I would thank the entirety of the NASA engineering team that laid this tremendous foundation with the work done on the XEMU. We've been partnering together for a long, long time. We, in the Collins team, we include also ILC, Dover, and we also have Oceaneering, 3 strategic partners, all of which have astronaut representation. So we try our very best to have the end user deeply embedded in the design aspect, because we want the spacesuit, although we'll often call the spacesuit the world's smallest spacecraft. It's human-shaped, human-sized. It shouldn't feel like a spacecraft. We want to be able to create an immersive environment that for the crew member gives them the most amount of mobility, that complements the crew member's capability rather than constrains it. So we're very excited to do this. We, our heritage corporations worked on the Apollo suit and designed and developed and fielded and operated that Apollo suit. So we've got some surface experience. We've also got more than 4 decades with a spacesuit designed for the space shuttle that was then evolved in its current iteration to be supported for 6 years on board space station with only crew members working on it. And in the process of doing that, we've learned an awful lot. So the goal is to take the foundations that NASA laid with the XEMU in partnership with industry and evolve that technology and create a suit that is compatible with the entire spectrum of crew members. So that commander of Artemis 3, she may weigh 120 pounds on Earth. And so that she has got a suit that's appropriately sized and tailored for her, that doesn't feel like a spacecraft, but feels like a ruggedized set of extreme sport outerwear. That should be the goal. And so we're very excited, very proud to be a part of this. We've been working for an awful long time with you, with your leadership, and very excited about the opportunity to go back to the moon and create a spacesuit that will also work for the follow-on years for the International Space Station and commercial LEO destinations as well. Very exciting. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you to all of our briefers for those initial remarks. We're now going to open it up for questions. We have questions on the phone line as well as folks here in the room, and then we'll be taking Ask NASA questions as well. For those on the phone, press *1 to enter into our queue to ask a question, and just make sure you state to whom you'd like to direct your question. If you find a question has already been asked, though, you can press *2 to withdraw it at any time. For those in the room, just state your name, affiliation, and to whom you'd like to direct a question. And then for social media, just use the hashtag #AskNASA. Let's go ahead and start here in the room. Mark Carreau, if you want to kick us off.
Thank you, Mark Carreau with Aviation Week. Is there a sort of target date for having a prototype that would be ready to assess on the space station? And would that be the kind of key milestone in this, or would there be something on the ground that might be as significant?
Sure, I can start. So we did require that the industry demonstrate in what we call a relevant environment. So we are leaving it up to them as to what that is. Very well could be on the space station, could also be in some kind of combination of say, lunar simulating environments here on the ground. So that is a major milestone to demonstrate that capability before we execute what we're calling services under this contract. As far as when, I would probably leave it up to you guys as to answer a when question. That demonstration ought to take place, but in the very near future, in the next year or two, I would say.
So I'd offer up one thing, Mark. So the development for our suit right now has been continually ongoing for a long time. So it's a rapid spiral development where we continually do a design, build, test, repeat, and evolve the technology as we go. It'll be tested in more and more flight-like environments, including thermal vac. I was in the suit this morning. In fact, I was almost a little late for today's event. So the suit is constantly evolving, and the technology is maturing, and the goal would be to be able to meet NASA's requirements on that schedule, whether that's 2025, which I believe we've talked about for space station demonstration. But I think we're well on track to do that.
And Dan said it right, Mark. It's more than just the demonstration, although the demonstration is a key milestone for us and others, because after that successful demonstration, we should be off to be able to do operations. But there's PDR and CDR and all the normal milestones we go through. We do those together with NASA, and it is our intention to demonstrate it in 25 timeframe as well.
Okay, excellent. Let's stay here in the room. If you state your name, affiliation, and to whom you'd like to direct the question.
ABC News. I don't know who wants to take this one, but in the past we've had, relied on the existing spacesuit as a mix and match, and there have been some issues with when the astronauts get in orbit, the fit wasn't quite right. How will this generation spacesuit solve that problem?
I'll ask Laura to respond to that, but we've been working internally doing what we call advanced technology development to look just at that, to make sure that we have sizing available that will fit, the 5th to the 95th percentile. All of those requirements we've actually put into the contracts that we'll have with both companies. But I'll let Laura speak more about.
I think Vanessa said it really. We tried really hard in this acquisition not to specify the how, but the what. And so we did not dictate to industry how it should be done. We did levy the requirement that we fit a 5th percentile female to a 95th percentile male. We verified through the proposals that we saw, we believe their designs will do that. And so the process now is an engineering design process, and as they're going through that process, we will be there alongside them verifying that they are meeting that requirement.
And the goal is to do it with as few extra parts as possible. So we don't want to have 20 suits on orbit. We want to have a handful of suits and have them be very modifiable, if you will, to allow them to fit that range that NASA dictated and that we also support as well.
Mm-hmm. And for us today, that was exactly part of the test points for today were to prove that we could fit the taller crew members and the smaller crew members. In fact, it was exactly the same suit. And we did a rapid resize. It took about 30 minutes between evolutions, and we went from somebody that was considerably shorter than I am, shorter wingspan as well, and it worked really well. But that's not to say there's not always going to be opportunity to make it better and better. In Apollo, the suits were all custom made, so they were custom made for the crew members. And on Space Station and on Shuttle, we have essentially a modular-based spacesuit. So we don't have a fleet of spacesuits with 2 spacesuits per crew member. And to get the cost where you need to be, the challenge is to have a modular approach that does allow that full indexability and full tailorability. And I think we have line of sight on it. It's actually very promising. So.
Okay, let's go to the phone next. Again, if you're on our phone bridge, it's *1 to enter into our queue. Let's start with Elizabeth Howell from space.com.
Hi, congratulations to the two companies. So I'm just trying to understand about how the spacesuits would work in the sense that you're going to be trying to design for micro-G at the ISS and potentially in other environments like that, and also for the Moon and Artemis missions. So are we talking 2 different types of spacesuits at least, or is this going to be more of a modular approach? And I'm thinking the two companies might want to answer, or perhaps NASA, maybe Joel, but let me know.
I'll start again. So, from all of the work that Vanessa and Lizzie both talked about that the NASA team has done, the requirement set for a low Earth orbit suit on space station and a suit on the lunar surface is not significantly different, particularly for the life support system. The differences really come in the pressure garment, the difference in being in zero gravity on space station versus having to walk on the moon where you need all of the mobility. So really at its core, the requirement set is generally the same. But in the previous question, we did not dictate to them that it be one suit, two suits, or whatever. We basically bounded for them the say up mass or stowage volume constraints that they would have either in a lander or on space station, and said you only have this much room or this much mass to fit extra parts. How then would you do that? And that's the way we were able to get the innovation from the companies, because they can tell us what they believe their best solution set would be to meet those two differing environments.
So one thing that's very different between the suits, well, I guess I would say, first off, mass is a much bigger constraint and a driver for a surface suit than it is in microgravity. So in microgravity, as a crew member doing a spacewalk, you could be in a 350-pound suit and it's not an impediment. In fact, maybe by some estimations, it could actually enhance, be a more stable platform to be in. But on a planetary environment, especially when you consider that environment is not an engineered spacecraft designed for a spacesuit designed for that spacecraft. Instead, you've got trip hazards and all kind in a surface that is not amenable to ease of motion anyway. So we would want to have a lower torso assembly that would have enough mobility for the crew member to walk naturally like they would on planet Earth. On a space station, it's actually not an especially helpful thing. Your legs, you don't really use at all. You use your arms to do the EVA activities. So you almost, on occasion, would you rather just put your feet into a foot restraint and have your lower torso be essentially like a pedestal, rigid, giving you good stability to work. Very, very different design, but it's really, that constraint's really driven by the lower torso assembly. So I think, like Laura said, the technologies, part and parcel with the life support systems, are very, very similar.
And that's the goal, is to make sure the suits are as similar as they can be. The other one that hasn't been mentioned is dust. Dust is a big deal on the moon, and it's one of the things you don't have to worry about in microgravity environment, but it's a big problem on the surface, so that's another thing that we have to deal with.
Okay, let's go to Andrea Leinfelder with Houston Chronicle.
Hi, thank you guys for taking the question. This one's for both Axiom Space and Collins Aerospace. Will you build the suits at the Houston Spaceport where you guys are building headquarter campuses? And Dan, did Collins previously build suits in Houston, or is this moving from another part of the country? Thank you.
So we will begin suit work at facilities here in the area. We don't move into the big spaceport for another year and a half to get into the high bay. So we got a lot of work to do before then. So we have actually a facility here that a lot of the work will be done to start with. Once we build up the campus at Ellington, we'll eventually move it over there.
And to tackle the last part of the question, back in for the Apollo A7LB suits and for the space shuttle suit, which became the space station suit, those were designed and built out of Windsor Locks in Connecticut at our facility up there. Here in Houston, there's a new facility going in at the spaceport that we're building, 125,000 square foot. A lot of the technology, the development, production of all of the components of the portable life support system will continue to be made in Windsor Locks, in addition to some other sites that we've got, both at our partner companies as part of the Collins team, but as well as some of the other Collins sites elsewhere. The assembly, the maintenance, the testing, and the sustaining of those suits will be done, largely here in Houston.
Okay, excellent. Let's go to David Curley with Discovery Channel.
Thank you, Gary. For the NASA folks, did you consider one company for orbital EVAs and another for the moon? Could you still do that in the contract? And can you talk a little bit about the fact that this is a services contract? The companies will own the suits. And for the companies, you talked about evolution. You're both pretty far down the road on suit development. What would those evolutions be?
Okay, I heard about 3 questions in there, so I'm trying to decide kind of where to start. So maybe I'll start with the first. So again, big day today with Axiom and Collins being awarded this contract. We have a step ahead of us. The way the contract is structured, we will now put out task orders for the demonstration periods, and they get the opportunity to compete on those task orders. And as we go through that process for a task order for the demonstration on space station capability, demonstration for the lunar capability, we will actually reevaluate those task order proposals and determine the best approach for both space station and for the moon. I know there was another question in there basically about services.
About the services. So, as was mentioned by both Mike and Dan, the public-private partnership is really a benefit to NASA, and it will allow us to have the capability to use, and then as well they will have it so that they could provide it for non-NASA customers. So it's a shared investment where we're both getting something out of it, but this will allow us to have services for both the moon and for ISS. And then the companies will also have the ability to have other users. And so that allows us to be able to save costs on the government side as we share this investment.
Let's see, and I'll answer your question about evolvability. 2 parts of that. The suits are not, we haven't completed critical design review, as it's called. There's a lot of work being done on suits and a lot of testing. As Dan's told you, a whole bunch of the stuff he's been involved in, that's in prototype type suits that ultimately inform the design. So there's still, at least in our case, there's still work to do to finalize some of the design, and you get informed by the work you're doing, testing in suits that exist today that you built up as you go. But from our perspective, you don't want to build a suit that never evolves. You want to build a suit that can evolve over time. So we'll build a suit. Everybody will be happy with it. We'll start using it. We'll want to refine it as we learn more. We'll want to refine it to keep the cost down. We want to refine it to do the job better over the life of the suit. And I fully expect to see that over time as it will involve a design and evolve it even more once you get to the lunar surface as well.
Yeah, I would echo that. So I don't think there's anything improper or problematic about evolving the design. So in the development stage like this, I think that's just a natural thing you're going to do. I would say also with respect to having a suit that would work for one environment or the other, there's a tremendous amount of opportunity to have synergy, to be able to have a suit that supports the microgravity requirements. And then the things you learn there also help to inform the nature of how the suit would work on a planetary surface, like the surface of the moon. The suit's got to be interoperable with all the systems it interfaces with, so all the airlocks on International Space Station, on commercial space stations, on lunar landers, on pressurized rovers. The suit's got to be able to interface with all those systems as efficiently and as well as possible. A lot of those designs for the future systems aren't fully refined yet too, so I think there'll be an opportunity to make sure that evolution of the interoperability takes place. And the most important thing of all is the interoperability with the human element. So we think that is really critical, and we continually learn, and we're going to learn more as we get more and more crew members in the suit and learn how to make it better for them.
Okay, let's go to Joey Roulette with Reuters.
Hey, thanks. This one's for any of the NASA representatives. What is the value of each contract awarded today? And also, sorry if I missed something in the past with this, but with this new spacesuit program, what will be made of NASA's XEMU spacesuits that were in development? Thanks.
Way to go. So as far as the contract values, that information is going to be published in the source selection statement that is due to be out in the late June timeframe. And as far as the XEMU, data. We actually have, through the end of this fiscal year, our team here in Houston, our civil servant team with our support contractor, continuing to work on that high fidelity engineering unit. They're putting it through a lot of testing. In fact, the life support system is in a chamber as we speak, running through tests. Pressure garment is also going through testing, and we, just like we have to date, we have a technical library that is available where we're making all of the results from the NASA tests available to these companies so they can use any and all of it as they choose. So we're continuing to run that GFE effort, the government effort, through the end of this fiscal year. And then the NASA team will shift focus and be in an insight oversight role and then collaboration team with our partners.
All right, let's go to Kristen Fisher with CNN.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for taking my question. This question is for anybody at NASA who wants it. First, I just want to confirm the target date for when you all hope to have these new spacesuits from Axiom Space and Collins Aerospace. I believe the companies said 2025, but can I just get a confirmation on that from somebody at NASA? And then, given the current issues with the spacesuits aboard the International Space Station, water and helmets and whatnot, is there any way that, or is there any discussion being had about, if either of these two companies could speed up the development of these spacesuits if indeed the ones that are currently up there just aren't working anymore because they're so old? Thank you.
Okay, well, I guess I'll take that one. So again, we're going to transition the spacesuits on ISS and demonstrate them after they are proven safe and have worked through all the milestones that are necessary. And yes, we are targeting mid-2020s, and it will be aligned with the schedules that will be dictated by the providers. And as soon as possible prior to the Artemis missions and that particular need. So still clearly some, the schedule pieces are still being worked out and need to be worked with the providers. In terms of water and helmet investigation, I just want to first say that I mentioned that the EMU, the current spacesuit, is the workhorse for the agency, and as you mentioned, it's under investigation right now. And we have an extremely capable team, existing team, that's investigating what's happening at this point with the suit. In fact, we just received a status today. They have a lot of mitigation techniques they have already looked at for in case we have water introduction. They've been looking at the fault tree for the suit and have tried to identify where the failures could be. We're going to be down manifesting or bringing down on SpaceX 25, the spacesuit that actually had the most recent water and helmet anomaly, and so the teams will be taking a look at that particular suit. And so the team will be looking at all of that, and we'll do a formal review, at which point I'm confident that we're going to pass the same spacesuit, maybe with some additional mitigation techniques, absorption in the helmet or other types of mitigations, and we'll figure out what the cause was, and we'll be able to get through this particular issue. At which point that suit will be able and capable for many years to come as we work with our providers in that transition, an orderly transition. So just want to say that particular suit is still planned to be used until it is safe to transition over to a new suit.
All right, let's go back to the phone line. We have Jeff Faust with Space News.
Good afternoon. For the two companies, how much have you invested so far in suit development, and how much more do you plan to invest to complete development of the suits, either as a dollar value or relative to the value of the NASA awards you've received? Thanks.
Let's see. That's a delicate question. Let me say this. I feel comfortable saying this. All of the cost to develop the suit is Axiom investment. So there you go. Now you got to go figure out what that is, but that's the Axiom investment primarily.
Yeah, and for the Collins team, I represent the technical team more than the programmatic team. So I don't have a figure for you, but I would say that the work that's been going on for the last, intensively, specifically for next generation spacesuit over the last year or so, that really is just the latest version of a continual investment in internal R&D and contributing technologies for the XEMU, for example, for the carbon dioxide scrubber, the fan, the pump, CO2 sensors, things like that. So a lot of that technology, it would be very difficult, I think, right now, at least in this setting, to be able to tease out how many things are actually work that we do that supports the existing EMU, work that supports the XEMU development, or this ongoing work we're doing on next generation spacesuits. We'd have to get back to you on that, I think.
All right, let's go to Daniel Reguera with Ardrone U. Sorry.
UI. Good afternoon and congratulations. The biggest question our people is asking in Spanish is how will look these new suits? If we can see any drawings or another pictures, or when we will see that. Thank you.
In terms of drawings and pictures, right now, today, the NASA team, because we're just now going into the award process, we don't have pictures to show. And maybe when would you have them available?
Yeah, shortly. Same. Yeah. So we don't have them for you available today, but yeah.
All right, very good. Let's go back to the phone line with Michael Greshko with National Geographic.
Thank you all so much for doing this. Quick question for the NASA representatives here. Could you speak to kind of the milestones or what the turnaround will look like going from a space station demonstration to Artemis 3? And then for the companies, could you speak to specifically how you all are leveraging NASA's investment in the XEMU program? Thank you.
So as far as the turnaround, again, I mentioned a little bit earlier, we are requiring that demonstration in a relevant environment. As Vanessa mentioned, however, for Artemis, the demonstration is actually the Artemis 3 mission. So we're actually calling that flight the demonstration mission. So prior to that, the actual flight of the Artemis 3 mission, we will have required that these folks can show us and verify the requirements in a relative environment, either on the ground or on space station. So the timing for how that turns around, I think we'll just have to play out over time and see, how they hit their milestones and how quickly we're ready and heading into the Artemis 3 mission.
Yeah, the other part, well, I think, and I kind of alluded to this a couple times already, so I think it really bears emphasis that the work that was done on the XEMU by NASA in partnership with industry, and we're very happy to have been a part of that, is a tremendous foundation. That work basically is a technological test bed for exploration spacesuit technologies, which all of our solutions are based on. So it is a very robust foundation within which we now have the opportunity to innovate, to drive down the mass, to drive up the mobility and the compatibility with the human element, to reduce the volume as much as possible. There's some things about the International Space Station and maintaining that, where there's some critical contingency kinds of activities where, as big as the space station is, there's some very tight quarters in certain areas. So to have a suit that's compatible with that kind of environment, I think, is really important. But foundationally, the approach is part and parcel with the path that the XEMU laid for us. And it's great to know that test bed is available going forward as well. And it's great to know the resources that have worked on it are available to partner with us. So we're very excited about that.
So what I'd add to that, a couple things. One is we have some requirements ourselves, of course, that has to be accommodated by the suit that we have to design in. The other thing is this has been fantastic work done by NASA, and of course we utilize it to the maximum extent possible, as Dan said. But each company has to own the design and own the integrated performance and own the integrated safety of it. So with this concept that has been evolved to the point that it is a very capable suit, we like it a lot. We have to now go back and certify it under our own conditions and make sure the integrated suit, once we put all the pieces together, actually perform as one piece. So Dan said it exactly right. This is a great foundation. It informed a lot of decisions about how you enter the suit, mobility, Some of the system designs are really amazing compared to the suit. Not that the suit that exists today is not a great suit, but evolution's important, and so all of that's very critically important. So some of those are components we can go buy. Some of those are components we have to build. Some of those we'll look at that and say, hey, we'll do this a little bit differently because it saves mass, saves some other cost, or it's just a better way to do it. And then you have to do the engineering to integrate that all together as one certified design. So that's the job ahead of us. But the EVA suit is pretty awesome.
All right, let's go back to the phone. We have Zach Aubert with the Launchpad News.
Yes, thank you so much. Congratulations to both Tim and Collins. For the NASA representatives, with two companies being selected, this is similar to what we saw with the commercial crew vehicles. Is this for redundancy, or could we see NASA actually using two different suits at the same time, or is it one universal kind of option you're looking for? And for the company representatives, how far along into development were you when NASA started this kind of contract process, or did you start after it was announced? Thank you.
Yes, I think it's fair to say that, especially as we start, there's a benefit to having two companies. I do think it provides us some redundancy as we go forward. Again, we talked about the task orders that we have yet to compete, and we'll see how those flesh out. But again, it keeps competition in our system, which was also a goal. So I think between the competition to help drive costs down and also the redundancy, those were a couple of the major goals.
And I would also say, and Laura mentioned it earlier, that these were really good proposals. We're very pleased that we have an industry that is capable and able to make these kinds of submittals. So we're very pleased by that.
I think the last question was how long have we been in development prior to this contract announcement, the final RFP and its current version. So I would say that spacesuit evolution work had been ongoing for quite a few years before that, and it focused in on a more specific way after the ex-EVAS proposal itself, but the need for a spacesuit and the need for a low mass, low volume, modular, open system architecture, enabled suit, that had been something we've been working on for quite a while before.
For our part, our team is, as we talked about before, we've been utilizing the ex-EVA suit for a while. That development's going on, and many of our team members have been involved in that along the way as well. So it really starts fairly a few years back. That's informed the design that we propose and ultimately are in the middle of building now.
All right, next we have Micah Mainberg with the Wall Street Journal.
Hey, everybody. Just want to make sure I got this right about the contract structure. Maybe this is for Laura. Is it possible, just given the way the task orders work, that one company could win all of them? That's one. And then, Dan, I just wanted to ask you real quick. Mike has talked about other customers outside of NASA. Does Collins have any plans for customer development for these suits, beyond the agency? Thanks.
Yeah, so contract structure-wise, you are correct. Theoretically, one company could win all of them. So we will put the task orders out. We will compete them. We'll evaluate them. We have to also understand what our funding availability looks like. That's actually the great thing about this contract, and the team that put it together is that it is incredibly flexible. So it allows us decision-making going ahead as we, see how the teams are doing, how are they meeting their milestones, are they not meeting their milestones, what kind of funding availability we have. We can actually make decisions to put NASA, in the best posture for supporting both Space Station and Artemis. So it's difficult to say today exactly how this contract is going to execute, but that was on purpose and by design, because we want the flexibility to be able to make those decisions as we see how these companies perform.
And the question for Collins, we've already engaged with several other companies for interest and for inputs on the design. The intent would be for the spacesuit to enable more and more people to experience space, the actual environment of space. We think it's to sustain a space station like International Space Station or commercial space stations, certainly to do surface operations. I think anything short of a spacewalk wouldn't meet the need, both from a systematic standpoint and also for all the other customers that are out there that really, you would want humanity and a much greater number of people to be able to experience space. So the challenge then becomes to accommodate the various potential customers that you have beyond NASA, to accommodate the different environments and to accommodate the different kinds of vehicles and systems that the spacesuit has to interface with. Just the nature of systems engineering in this day and age, the nature of modularity that you can build into systems, the amount of capability you can have at the component level, and the availability and accessibility for the rest of the spacesuit systems means you don't have to have a single bespoke system that's only going to serve one particular use case. And so the ability to have a waist entry version of the suit, similar to the existing spacesuit, the ability to have a rear entry version of the suit, the ability to remove, to get easy access to components there, to be able to essentially enable block upgrades and adapt to different customer needs, I think is really important. So our goal is to make a suit that really can do with minor modifications, can accommodate lots and lots of other customers. So. Yeah.
All right, very good. Let's go to the room, and we'll go to Mark Rowe.
Thank you, Mark Rowe from Aviation Week again. I was reading through some of the solicitation materials, and I sort of had the understanding that when these task orders or contract agreements go forward, the companies selected will also stay with the suits in terms of doing maintenance and maybe even be part of the control teams that provide operational support. So if I understood correctly, and I'm just kind of checking here, this is more than tailoring a suit for the prom. It's more about how to wash it and iron it and wear it again and
train for it as well. Yeah. So that's my understanding as well, Mark. So the idea would be you're providing EVA capability to your customers, and you own the assets, you own the development, design, development, test, eval, crew training, on-orbit operations. That piece, our team, I feel like we're in a pretty good space in that area because we do real-time operation support for all the spacewalks that we have on station. But it is another level of engagement by us as a service provider, for sure.
Yeah.
So I might follow up on that. We wrote the contract such that these guys, like Dan mentioned, they own the suits, they provide the service, the EVA service, but they are part of the overall FOD control team here at NASA Johnson. So at the end of the day, the mission is still a FOD responsibility. Mission risk is still a NASA responsibility. These guys are operating it. We've envisioned them in a back room supporting, the front room mission control kind of thing. So, there's a lot of definitions of operate, what that means. I mean, clearly they will be there supporting the suits during a mission, but it's the NASA flight control team in mission control that is actually, making the risk-based, I'd say, authority decisions during an EVA.
Okay, we'll stay in the room here. Let's start with, go ahead, you can go first.
Gina Sinceri, ABC News. So your consumers for this are the astronauts going out on spacewalks. Are they sending you wish lists for what they would like in their next spacesuit? And what's on that wish list?
No, that's a great point. And we have a saying, if you want 3 opinions, ask 2 astronauts or some equivalent of that. So you have to be a little. So there's a process by which the astronaut office would develop a crew consensus report. So you'd have a robust testing campaign that would incorporate a number of test points, and you would get, lots of objective data, that might be video, that might be data from the suits and so forth, but then you would get a lot of information from the crew in the way of surveys, in the way of workload and those kinds of things. So far we have been, there's 3 of us that have been deeply involved in all the development to this point, and we're very excited by the award because that means now we have the ability to engage the rest of the end user community on a very rapid cadence, and I think that's a very important part of this too. But everybody doesn't get a vote, so that wouldn't be practical, but there is a way to, with the crew consensus process and that kind of a testing process, to come up with a good solution. And it's not really just the end users, it's also the flight control community as well, and the engineering community. So yeah, it's a great community.
I think the one thing to add is that a part of the contracts would be the availability of the proposers to access the NASA expertise. So whether it be astronauts or other engineers, we have a way to do that via collaboration agreements. And so we will make that available to both of them, as well as facilities that we have here that are unique as well. So the Natural Buoyancy Laboratory, NBL, will be made available to them as well.
All right, let me pulse the room real quick. Go ahead, Eric.
Hi, Eric Berger with Ars Technica. A couple questions for Lindsay or Laura, I think. I just want to make sure I understand the contracting mechanism. It sounds similar to CLIPS in that the providers are paid only when they provide services. I just hope you can clarify that. And the contract award was $3.5 billion, I think, through 2034 for all the potential task orders. And that's a few $100 million more than the first HLS award that NASA gave. And so I'm just wondering, like, in terms of cost, it seems like a lunar lander is a more complex system than a spacesuit, and I realize this is a longer period of time you're providing services for, but maybe you could just talk about the value of that, those task orders, and why it is so much more than the lunar lander. So 2 questions on the contracting mechanism and the cost. Thank you.
Yeah, so again, I might phone a friend for my source board friends here on the cost, but
So a little different than the CLIPS contract. This is an IDIQ, a much bigger.
Can you start over, Mark, real quick? Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. A little different than the CLIPS contract. The CLIPS contract is where the agency's taken high risk and not really necessarily investing in the development the same way. So this is definitely different. The $3.5 billion is a total contract ceiling over the life of the contract. That is not the awarded amount. We guaranteed them an amount to make sure we could get them going and they had skin in the game. And we're going to be careful to protect that. These are commercial companies working on commercial systems for other users, so NASA can be one customer of many. So there's a little bit different, not apples to oranges there with HLS and XEVAS. So the $3.5 billion is a ceiling, and this is we've got a development piece and then a reoccurring services piece that are components of this overall contract.
Yeah, and I think, Mark, the HLS was just for that one demo piece.
Hi, Eric Berger with Ars Technica. A couple questions for Lindsay or Laura, I think. I just want to make sure I understand the contracting mechanism. It sounds similar to CLIPS in that the providers are paid only when they provide services. I just hope you can clarify that. And the contract award was $3.5 billion, I think, through 2034 for all the potential task orders. And that's a few $100 million more than the first HLS award that NASA gave. And so I'm just wondering, like, in terms of cost, it seems like a lunar lander is a more complex system than a spacesuit, and I realize this is a longer period of time you're providing services for, but maybe you could just talk about the value of that, those task orders, and why it is so much more than the lunar lander. So 2 questions on the contracting mechanism and the cost. Thank you.
yeah, so again, I might phone a friend for my source board friends here on the cost, but
So a little different than the CLIPS contract. This is an IDIQ, a much bigger.
Can you start over, Mark, real quick? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. A little different than the CLIPS contract. The CLIPS contract is where the agency's taken high risk and not really necessarily investing in the development the same way. So this is definitely different. The $3.5 billion is a total contract ceiling over the life of the contract. That is not the awarded amount. We guaranteed them an amount to make sure we could get them going and they had skin in the game. And we're going to be careful to protect that. These are commercial companies working on commercial systems for other users, so NASA can be one customer of many. So there's a little bit different, not apples to oranges there with HLS and XEVAS. So the $3.5 billion is a ceiling, and this is we've got a development piece and then a reoccurring services piece that are components of this overall contract.
Yeah, and I think, Mark, the HLS was just for that one demo piece as well.
The HLS contract is focused on development right now.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. Let's see if we can squeeze in one more from the phone bridge. Let's do Lauren Grush with The Verge.
Hi, thank you so much. I was just wondering, given the report from NASA's Inspector General last year on the problems and delays with the XEMU, how confident are you that transitioning to this commercial approach at this stage, which is 3 years to go, will guarantee the spacesuits will be ready by the 2025 landing deadline? I guess what I mean is, how does moving to a private approach make that or facilitate that that deadline? Thank you.
Yeah, so I think we've talked several times about all of the XEMU data that's being made available, and I think you've heard both Dan and Mike talk about how that's being utilized. So I really believe all of that data is helping to reduce the risk and speed that transition process up to the contractor community. I also feel like, though, like Mike said, getting it in their hands sooner, I think, is better because they take ownership of it sooner. And so they start to run on that path to hitting a deadline. So I think actually we were at a great place to transition just because of how mature the XEMU was at the time. And I think getting it to these guys sooner allows them to run.
All right, very good. Before we close today, I did want to toss to Vanessa Weich for some closing remarks.
Oh, thank you, Gary. So again, we just want to thank everyone for being here today. As I said at the beginning, we're all very super excited about this. You know, this capability is something, as we talked about from the previous suit, for 40 years, it's been the workhorse, and it is continuing, and it will move forward. Likewise, these capabilities we see are going to be what's going to take us and continue with the ISS, will allow us to do Artemis and continue on to the Mars campaign in terms of the technology demonstrations that we will learn from this particular suit. I want to again thank all of our teams for all the hard work that they put in. And also, this would not be possible without the support that we get from both our administration and our congressional members. We're very...
Fellas, I need to go back to the beginning of this. I missed something. I had a couple of messages that I needed to answer. Do you guys mind if I go back and just watch the opening remarks? Because I'll be honest with you, I'm really confused. I am really confused. Usually I follow these press conferences pretty well, but I missed something. I want to go back. I want to go back and look again. I'm not. Yeah, I missed something. So I'm going back to the start here, and I want to listen to the opening remarks again, if you don't mind.
Mobility Program, or EHP for short. She's coming in from NASA's headquarters.
All right, let me
to move forward in developing the next generation of spacesuits that will be used for Artemis missions to the moon, as well as at the International Space Station in low Earth orbit. We have some panelists here today that will be providing remarks and answering questions regarding the new award. Here at the table today, from left to right, we have Vanessa Weich, the director of the Johnson Space Center, Lindsay Aitchison, Program Executive for the Extravehicular Activity and Human Surface Mobility Program, or EHP for short. She's coming in from NASA's headquarters in Washington, D.C. We also have Dina Cantella, Operations Integration Manager of the International Space Station Program here at the Johnson Space Center, and Laura Kearney, Manager of EHP here at the Johnson Space Center. We, of course, also have representatives of the awarded companies to provide opening remarks and address some questions, but I won't be the one spoiling the fun. I'll leave that to Vanessa Weich. We'll first start with some initial remarks from each of the briefers before opening it up for questions.
Yeah,
we'll be
this
taking
is
questions
the part I
on our
need to
phone
see
bridge
again.
as well as here at the Johnson Space Center and, of course, on social media platforms. If you're on our phone bridge, press *1 to enter into the queue. And, of course, if you're media, you'll be raising your hand. And for social, just use the hashtag #AskNASA. So let's begin with some opening remarks with Vanessa Weich. Vanessa.
Thank you, Gary. Oh, I'm super excited about today. I'm going to do my best to contain my excitement. At NASA's Johnson Space Center, we have been working to have new exploration suit capabilities for a number of years. And we will have these suits, and they'll be made available for us to support the International Space Station as well as for our Artemis missions going forward. This is a historic day for us. And the history will be made with these suits when we get to the moon. We will have our first person of color and our first woman that will be wearers and users of these suits in space. So this is a very important day. We've had our internal team working for several years on a government reference design as well as technology that we made available to the companies that submitted proposals for providing this service capability. So without further ado, I am very
Hold on.
Capabilities for best to contain my excitement. Our first person of color and several years on a government of these suits in space. So this is a very important day. We've had our internal team working for several years on a government reference design as well as technology that we made available to the companies that submitted proposals for providing this service capability. So without further ado, I am very happy when we get to the moon. Our internal team working for several years on a government reference design as well as technology that we made available to the companies that submitted proposals for providing this service capability. So without further ado, I am very happy to announce
No, nothing, guys. I'm having trouble clicking in. I'm usually really good at listening to these press interviews, and I can listen to everything. But yeah, I just want to.
Our internal team working for several years on a government reference design as well as technology that we made available to the companies that submitted proposals for providing this service capability.
Okay, so she says they've been working on a suit internally for a little while, and yeah, okay. They made all that available to their to everybody that submitted, that responded to their request for proposal. It's called an RFP. All right, cool. I just want to make sure I got that right.
So without further ado, I am very happy to announce that the awardees will be Axiom Space and Collins Aerospace Industry Team. So
yeah, it seems like the data was given to any people that responded to the RFP, the request for proposal. So, all right, cool.
Congratulations. They're represented today, Axiom Space by Michael Seferdini and the Collins Aerospace Industry Team by Dan Burbank.
Yeah, Novus. Okay, that's what I thought. It's just interesting, though. She says, we've been working on, we were working on a suit, and now we're making that information available. Well, she ain't telling the whole story there. But I'll get more into that in a second. I want to listen to all this again.
So this particular type of contract is going to be a task award. And so as they're developing the service, NASA will be certifying alongside to make sure that they are ready for our astronauts to be a part of them.
Okay.
And then once the suits are then ready, they will be used. These capabilities are for, as I said, for the International Space Station, and we anticipate that we will continue operations on the International Space Station until 2030. So it's important that we have a capability there. And for Artemis, the first use will be on Artemis 3, which will be the first lunar landing for over 50 years. So it's very important that we have these suits. I do want to also acknowledge the procurement and the legal team for all of the hard work that went into making this possible. It was over a year's worth of work to be able to get the proposal packages ready to go out with all of the requirements. Our engineering teams have put together the standards, and those requirements and standards that are needed were developed, and then these proposals, the companies have agreed that they're going to meet those requirements and standards, and so we will be able to have these capabilities tested, and they'll be tested before our astronauts are being used on orbit or either on the surface of the moon. Standard packages ready to go out with all of the requirements. Our engineering teams have put together the standards, and those requirements and standards that are needed were developed, and then these proposals, the companies have agreed that they're going to meet those requirements and standards, and so we will be able to have these capabilities tested, and they'll be tested before our astronauts are being used on orbit or either on the surface of the moon.
Okay.
So I just want to share that, this is a credible time in human space. I think most people are aware that NASA's Johnson Space Center continues to be a very critical hub for space exploration. We have missions today going on at the International Space Station. We're looking forward to our time when we'll go to the moon and then on to Mars. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vanessa. Let's go to Lindsay Aitchison.
So as you might have gleaned from Vanessa's remarks, spacesuits have been a critical part of every part of our human spaceflight programs, going all the way back to the original missions back with Mercury, Gemini, and Apollo. And they continue to be at the forefront. You'll notice that spacesuits are going to be a key focal point when we take those first steps back on the lunar South Pole. And when we're there, this XEVAS contract is a critical milestone to getting us to that point. So we're all super excited to be able to reach that today. Recently, Congress agreed to formulate a new program here at the Johnson Space Center, and that program is the Exploration EVA Human Surface Mobility Program, EHP. And as part of that program that's managed by Laura Kearney, from whom you'll hear soon, we're going to not only develop the spacesuits, but also the human rover systems, which will help us explore more of the moon than we ever have before.
Okay.
The XEVAS contract is the first major acquisition of this new program. And under that, you'll see the commitment that NASA has to developing public-private partnerships across the agencies so that we can do more. Under this new arrangement, we're not only meeting NASA's objectives, but also helping to support and encourage an emerging space economy so that in the future, it's not just NASA EVA services, but there'll be a range of customers that can purchase that in the future. It's exciting, it leads to innovation, and make sure that we have sustained competition along the way. And now to talk more about how the XEVAS contract is important to the space station program, I'll turn it over to Dina.
All right, thank you. All right, well, the space station program is really excited to be here today to be part of this announcement. The existing spacesuit has been the workhorse for the agency for 40 years and has helped maintain and utilize the International Space Station as well as construct it. And so of the 250 spacewalks that are partners and we have done on board Space Station, 169 of those have been with the existing spacesuit. And so the spacesuit technology, though, of course, at 40 years is now aging. And so we'd like to try new future technologies. And we'd like to do it in an affordable way. And so this contract is actually a great part of our strategy for ISS for maintaining and utilizing the space station for years to come. And so as the providers will be certifying and demonstrating their technologies for new spacesuits, we'll be conducting an orderly transition away from our existing spacesuit and over to the new spacesuits.
Okay.
And so, ISS, it's a test bed, and it's especially a test bed for exploration. And so we're looking forward to learning what we can on ISS and then handing what we've learned over to Artemis. And so we're looking forward to working with the providers as partners and bringing ISS and their spacesuits into the modern age, I'd say, and helping the agency on its way to the moon. And so next up is Laura Kearney, who's going to talk about her management of this contract as part of the Johnson Space Center's overall strategy.
Thanks, Dina. Yeah, good afternoon. So I just wanted to start by saying thank you. Thank you to the NASA team and to our industry team for getting us here today. Vanessa mentioned it, but it takes a lot of hard work and effort to pull a contract like this together. I know a lot of blood, sweat, and tears and late nights go into it. So I want to just put out my personal appreciation to everyone who was a part of getting us here today. As Lindsay mentioned, the EHP program, it's one of our goals really is to look for new, innovative ways of being more affordable, all while we continue to focus on safety and mission success. And I think this contract and our new partners, we're going to be the first ones out the gate in this program working towards that goal. We were really impressed with the proposals that came in, the ingenuity and the innovation that we saw in the proposals. We are very, very confident that together, collaborating with our partners and our NASA team, we're going to be successful. And we're very, very excited about seeing these new suits operating on the space station and on the moon. So I wanted to just extend on behalf of my team and my colleagues in the EHP welcome to our new team. We are super excited to be working with you guys. Put your running shoes on because it's going to be a very busy next few years, and we're ready to jump in on this great adventure with you guys. So congratulations and welcome to the team.
All right, thank you, Laura. We'll now go to the companies in alphabetical order, starting with Axiom Space. We have Mike Suffredine. Mike.
So first, I have to say thank you to my NASA friends and colleagues. Well, first, thank them for the selection, but really, as Laura said, it's a tremendous amount of work to do the process of selecting contractors, and there's a tremendous amount of work on our side to create proposals thousands of pages long that these poor guys have to pour through every word and make sure it makes sense. And so my hat's off to the NASA team.
Find somebody that looks at you the way the Collins Aerospace guy looks at Mike.
And also to the Axiom team and Collins team as well for the work that's necessary to get to the point we are today. But what I think is really important about today is we have talked about, I've been on both sides, and we've talked about for many years public and private partnerships. And I think this is really one of the first cases where it's actually benefits both sides. Normally, as the agency is trying to pull commercial to start doing things, it's been about helping commercial develop so that they can provide a product that the agency can buy, and ultimately they'll be able to sell at some point. But in this case, we are building a space station. We have a need, Axiom Space has a need for a spacesuit. We have a number of customers that already would like to do a spacewalk, and we had planned to build a suit as part of our program. And so it's fantastic to have a partnership where we can benefit from the years of experience that NASA has and all the work they've done to advance a design to where it is today, and then us as a commercial company come in and work with them to build it in a way that's lowest cost so that we can both utilize the suit to meet our needs. So we're very excited to be a part of this partnership. It is very beneficial to us both. One of the things that's important for us that we tell people around here, Axiom is a Houston-based company. Everything we do is done in Houston, Texas. Our spacecraft will be built here in Houston, Texas. The spacesuits will be built here in Houston, Texas. This job alone increases our size of our company by a little over 300 people. So it's a significant positive impact to the city of Houston and to our surrounding area as well. So we're excited to be here and appreciate the faith you guys have in us. So thank you very much.
Okay, and lastly, we have Dan Burbank with Collins Aerospace. Dan.
Yeah, thanks very much, Gary. And again, I'd echo what Mike said and thank the team that did the evaluations. I would thank the entirety of the NASA.
Okay, this is where I picked it up. That's where I started paying attention. Okay. Okay, I have questions. Yeah, I have questions here for a change. There's some... And maybe you guys can help me out. And I want to be very clear. when I say I don't understand something, that's what I actually mean. I don't get it. It doesn't make sense to me. I don't say that in a way to mean like, oh, this doesn't make any sense. I know better than you. This is a stupid idea. That's not what I mean. I actually don't understand some things here. There's some... Okay, so... They selected Collins and Axiom to build ISS replacement suits for the extravehicular mobility unit, which is old. I understand that. They selected these two, and you're going to have these two commercial contractors build spacesuits that are designed for different tasks. So, theoretically, Axiom could build the suits for ISS, and Collins could build the suits for lunar EVA. They basically have a bunch of things that NASA wants to do with spacesuits that are outside, that are extravehicular activities. And for each different task, they could select one or the other. They could select one suit or the other. Am I understanding that right? Great thread. Okay. I just tuned in later. This was the company revealed who was awarded the contract. They down selected two people. All right. So today's your birthday? Oh, happy birthday, Grumpy. Okay. Do I have that right? Am I correct here? Seems so. Okay. All right, so that's Eric's thread. Let me see. Axiom and Collins industry team was the leader for NASA space. According to NASA, the indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity, milestone-based spacesuit contract has a combined maximum potential of $3.5 billion for all task order awards. Yeah, Eric. Man, did you miss the point? Okay. So Axiom and Collins are eligible to compete to provide spacesuit services for missions such as ISS increments and Artemis missions. This is another bold bet by NASA on commercial space. Yeah, okay. All right. Yeah, that's Rook. Rook coming in with the freaking, with the bants. What is this, Thomas? Okay. So, all right. Companies selected were chosen from the Exploration Extravehicular Activity Services EVAS contract solicitation source. Okay. All right. Interesting. The contract enables selected vendors to compete for task orders for missions that will provide a full suite of capabilities for NASA's spacewalking needs during the period of performance through 2034. The indefinite delivery and indefinite quantity milestone-based XEVA contract has combined maximum potential of $3.5 billion for all task order awards. Okay. The first task orders to be completed under the contract will include development and services for the first demonstration outside of the space station in low Earth orbit, and then for the Artemis 3 landing. Each partner has invested a significant amount of its own money into development. Partners will own the spacesuits and are encouraged to explore other non-commercial applications for data and technologies they co-develop with NASA. This new approach to spacewalk services encourages an emerging commercial market for a range of customers and grants NASA the right to use the same data and technologies within the agency on future exploration program procurements. And grants NASA the right to use the same data and technologies within the agency on future exploration program procurements. Interesting. Interesting. doesn't that kind of defeat the point of commercial, though? Am I confused, fellas? If each partner has invested a significant amount of its own money into development, partners will own the spacesuits and are encouraged to explore other non-commercial applications for data technologies they co-develop with NASA. This new approach to spacewalk services encourages an emerging commercial market for a range of customers and grants NASA the right to use the same data and technologies within the agency on future exploration program procurements. Outsourcing development and setting up production lines in exchange for official NASA purchase orders. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I'm getting it. It's starting to come into focus. NASA experts define the technical and safety standards by which the spacesuits will be built, and the chosen companies agreed to meet these key agency requirements. The commercial partners will be responsible for design, development, qualification, certification, and production of spacesuits and support equipment to enable space station and Artemis missions. Yeah, John, that's what it is. NASA can basically, they have to give them their IP because it's not their IP per the contract. So NASA has to give them the plans to the suit. Long story short, and all the data from. Basically, NASA gets all the telemetry and data from any time that suit gets used, even if it's a commercial thing. But yet the partner owns the suits. Yeah. Okay, John, I got a question. Does that sound stupid to you? And once again, this is not a gotcha question. Does that sound dumb? That just sounds like making EVA suits with extra steps. Guys, I'm just going to go out and ask it. That seems really complicated. Am I wrong? Like, once again, this isn't an EJ gotcha moment. I'm not trying to prove any particular point. Why would you do this? I feel like I'm in third grade in this chat, but yes, sounds convoluted. I don't know if that's a compliment or not, John. I'm trying to figure things out, dude. I try to do this right on stream to learn, so people can learn, right? So we can learn how this stuff works. It seems like they want to encourage our other third-party aviation companies to participate. It seems like someone wanted to pad some pockets. Scrivy, I don't know if that's what's going on here. Yes, we could talk about that later or not. It sounds more like kickstarting the commercial space industry. Yeah, I think that's the idea. No, it's the same thing as the Trident ICBMs. The Navy leases the missile itself and only pays out if it's expended. But okay. But John, the Navy still designed the missile, right? They designed the missile. Going to like leasing out the suits and stuff is something that you do when operations are around. That's something you do after the suit has been developed. They're going one step further, and they're outsourcing the development of the suit as well. NASA is paying a contractor to design and develop a suit for them that they are then going to lease from them. How is that good for NASA? I'm missing something. But yet control the IP. Yeah, that. In hopes that they can produce suits cheaper down the line. So why doesn't NASA just develop the suit then? Oh no. I'm actually asking. I'm not trying to prove a point. I'm not trying to say this is dumb or like I'm missing something. Whenever it sounds stupid like this, I know I'm missing something. You don't Don't get suckered into it with these press conferences. If something sounds like it doesn't make sense, that's not because these people are stupid. It's because we don't understand something. That's the case 95% of the time. This sounds just like commercial crew style of contract. Yeah, but the task ordering, Novus, that doesn't sound like commercial crew at all. Because they need to invest in all the infrastructure, and I agree. It sounds weird. Are they just dishing off the work to someone else? Yeah, because outsourcing parts of your spaceflight architecture has worked well with commercial partners in the past. Am I right? Pretty sure they did that. And yeah, they outsourced the spacecraft to Boeing, who outsourced the software to another company, and then OFT1 didn't work correctly. I'm missing something here. This doesn't make sense. I'm missing it, and I don't know what it is, and I'm annoyed that I'm missing it. I gotta keep reading. Something isn't right here. I'm missing something. Our commercial partnerships will help us realize our human exploration goals, said Mark Karasic, Deputy Associate Administrator for NASA's Artemis Campaign Development Division. We look forward to using these services for NASA's continued presence in low Earth orbit and our upcoming achievement of returning American astronauts to the moon's surface. We are confident our collaboration with industry and leveraging NASA's expertise gained through over 60 years of space exploration will help us achieve these goals together. It sounds logical to you. Okay. Why? Jungle, talk to me. Talk to me. What is Campaign Development Division? No. It's not. No, Mark Karasic is not PR. He's the guy that's designed on basically figuring out all the stuff that they need for Artemis. That's the short story. The agency will continue to make flight and ground-based test data from NASA-led space station spacewalks and NASA's Exploration Extravehicular Mobility Unit. The agency will continue to make flight and ground-based test data from NASA-led space station spacewalks and NASA's Exploration Extravehicular Mobility Unit development project available to companies through the EVA Technical Library. This will encourage an accelerated transition to industry while reducing risks and providing access to previous NASA investments in advanced exploration spacesuit development. Depp wins. Wrecked. Interesting. NASA designed the contract to endure and evolve with the needs of the agency and the space industry. The contract also provides the agency with an optional mechanism to add additional vendors that were not selected in the original award announcement as the commercial space service market evolves. Task orders are kind of like an authorization for companies to proceed with work on a specific thing with an overall contract. It sounds like they laid out gates for the companies to go through, thus earning money for meeting requirements associated with these gates, like how she mentions the equivalent environmental testing. How the companies meet that is up to them, but they'll get a reward for completing those requirements. Okay. Jungle, talk to me. All right, what do you got? NASA has a hard time securing funding for long-term research and development production. So they take money they can get. They take the money they can get, ask someone else to build it, and let them sell the suits to other customers if they want. Then later on, they'll just need to secure the lease funds to rent some suits for the companies. It'll help stop another situation where they're babying 40-year-old suits because no one wants to pay for new ones. Okay. Yeah, all right, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, because... Okay. All right, yeah, Jungle Pens. Okay, thank you. Thank you for laying that one out for me. Okay. Give me a second to formulate my response, like something. I'm trying to put something together here to figure out, like, okay, at face value, this way makes no sense. It makes no sense. That's really, why? Yeah, here, take our space flight designs, make us the spacesuit to our spec, and then we'll lease it from you. That doesn't sound right, but the reason why this program exists the way that it does is because no one wanted to foot the bill for new EVMUs. Okay, so, yep, all right. I see it. I see what's going on here. Okay. Oh, boy. On strange news today. Huh. Okay. We'll get to that in a second. Okay. All right. So, guys, here's the thing. And Havix, I don't know if you're still here. Apparently, they can use NASA specs or propose their own, which confuses me. Okay. All right. I get it. I understand what's going on. The reason, long story short, the reason why this doesn't make sense is because it's another Band-Aid fix. But it's a Band-Aid fix that'll work. That's what's going on here. So I'm trying to kind of compile it all together in my head here. So, okay, let's rewind a little bit. Okay, Novus, hold on. Let me read. NASA wants a way to provide any relevant data from these suits for future suits, i.e. Mars suits, because NASA is putting some skin in the game. That way, they're not starting from square one in the future. The companies are likely okay with that because that's pretty far down the line and they can make money off the suits from other other customers besides NASA. Okay, yeah, I get it. This isn't a bad way to do it. All right, I understand. It's not a bad way to do it. So let me explain. Okay. The reason why I say that this is a Band-Aid solution is because of how hybridized this program is. This is really, really heavy-handed public-private partnership stuff. It's not all private. It's not all private like Commercial Crew is, or all public like the Artemis program is. This is kind of like halfway in between. Okay? And that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's not necessarily a good thing. Like, it'll work. That's what matters. And I suppose that's a good thing. Now, if we cast our mind back to 2003, all right, here, let me try to just surmise all this and see if I can explain it correctly. Let's talk it out and let's see if this makes sense. If you cast your mind back to 2003, Columbia happens. We realize that the space shuttle is an aging system that needs to be replaced because people get hurt when they're flying on it. It's old. It needs to, it needs to fly again. So let's clean sheet a lot of things, right? So they start the vision for space exploration. VSE is basically, Vision for Space Exploration is the entity at NASA that came up with Constellation for the short story, right? So, interesting, Edmana. That's all my speculation, just to be clear. I got you. So, they start the Vision for Space Exploration, and the Vision for Space Exploration includes nomenclature to replace the aging spacesuits, because the extravehicular mobility unit spacesuits right now are aging. Well, guess what? I mean, 30. They were aging at the time in the mid 2000s, which was 15 years ago. Now they're really aged, right? So, part of Project Constellation came up with basically what they're trying to do now. They need a new spacesuit. You need a new spacesuit for deep space EVA, and then you can test it on the ISS. That was the plan with Constellation. That was part of the plan with Constellation. Ares 1, when it was flying up to the space station, would carry EVA suits with it, and they would prototype these EVA suits on the ISS. And then, by the time Ares 5 comes around in the early 2020s, you would have an EVA suit pretty much ready to go. Makes perfect sense. And you could test them on orbit at the ISS, doing repairs to the ISS. That was basically what they did with Project Constellation. Spacesuit program was running really well, right? I think it's the XEMU program for what it's worth. So it's the XEMU program, and it was running really well until around 2008. Underfunded, and then in 2010, Constellation gets canceled. Somehow, the extravehicular spacesuit program survives, get the Constellation getting axed, and has basically been on life support since. It's been on life support since. They're giving it, it's on life support, and it seems like they just pulled the plug. Yeah. So the spacesuit program was drastically underfunded pretty much all through the last 10 years, to the point where they could basically just keep the lights on, and that's about it. Now, fast forward to 2019. Jim has that whole presentation with the Artemis flight suits, which is the orange pumpkin suit, the ACES-derived shuttle suit, and the EVA suit. He shows off that they finally have a working prototype after a number of years. That was the one with the woman in the spacesuit walking around and stuff. That's the XEMU. It's the next generation NASA in-house spacesuit. He's basically saying, these are the suits for Artemis. This is what we're going to use. We need to, we need to get the funding for these suits so we can get back to the moon, because at the time, the plan was to go back in 2024. And then the spacesuit, the XEMU program proceeded to still get underfunded. Just like everything else that Jim tried to do, HLS, spacesuits, everything got underfunded because whatever. Our priorities were elsewhere, I guess. And now you could blame people. I think you could blame this, you blame that. You know what? People that blame people are useless. Solve the problem. So, I noticed in 2020, fellas, and I don't know, this is where this gets a little weird, okay? I noticed in 2020 or 2021, I forget, it was sometime during the pandemic, NASA quietly canned the XEMU program. They canned it. They got rid of it. And then they issued a new RFI for whatever this program is. They canceled it. They just straight up canceled it. Nobody voted on it. Nobody did that. They just straight up canceled it. And they reissued the RFI for the current program, whatever this program is called, the EHS or something. They replaced it with this. And just like every other NASA program where NASA doesn't have enough money to do it, NASA, because they need the money to get this stuff done, they opened it up for private investment, and then they moved it to commercial. And they quietly did it. They didn't tell anybody about it. It was barely a press release. I remember we saw it. We didn't get past the Space News crew from checking it out. And I had some questions at the time, I'll be honest. My questions at the time were, if it's 2020, 2021 right now, I forget when it came out. Hey, Marcos. Why are we redesigning the spacesuit? If you can the program and start over, the spacesuits aren't going to be ready in time. And you know who said it? Eric Berger said that at the time. He said it. He did say that. I distinctly remember this. If you're going to go now and you're going to redesign the damn spacesuits, you're going to do this, you're going to do that, there's no problem with the way that they're doing it. And now we know from the RFP that this is a task task-centric. that, I mean, I don't know, the moon is out in 2025, but the point still stands. If you're planning for a 2024 landing and you redo the spacesuit program in 2020, it's still not enough time. Even though you pushed the Artemis dates out, now you redid this program, now this program is up in the books now, it's still not enough time. I mean, they could do it if they get a crash course in funding, but that never happens. Right? So, was it this? Yes. Yeah, it was August 2021, so it was last year. Eric Berger's a pain because he's annoyingly right and annoyingly opinionated. Ed Manna, he's not right about a lot of things. I can say that with very high confidence. Yeah, he gets a lot of things wrong, and he has a lot of false equivalencies. He compares things to other things that don't make sense. Like his question that he asked in this particular press interview wasn't bad. It's just a strange question to ask. He saw that the overhead for the new spacesuit program is $3.5 billion over the next 15 year. Hold on. What's the overhead for the program? Hold on. Yeah, $3.5 billion for all task order awards. So this is a task order award style contract, and he compared it to HLS, which is firm fixed price. Firm fixed price, indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity, which, now, don't get me wrong, HLS is indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity, firm fixed price, but this is indefinite delivery, indefinite quantity milestone-based task order. That's different. Those are two different contracts. The task order is what makes that different. You're comparing apples to bananas here. They're both fruit, but that's not the same. And he compared, he even said it himself. He's like, "Oh, I understand that they have different timelines, but why is it 3.5 billion? Why is that more than what was awarded for HLS?" Now, don't get me wrong. I don't necessarily mind that. I don't mind that part. Why is this? His short answer was, "Why is this so expensive? Why is this so expensive? It's 3.5 billion over the course of the program." But surely a spacesuit isn't as difficult to engineer as a spacecraft. Well, see, and Ed Manna, that's what I mean. It is. It is. Of course it is. Because the extravehicular mobility units are spacecraft. They're just human-shaped spacecraft. So, I understand what he was trying to say, but you're comparing different types of contracts. Comparing contracts makes no sense. That's like comparing a plumbing contractor to an electrician contractor because they're both contractors. No. An electrician can't do what a plumber can. A plumber can't do what an electrician can. That makes no sense. Now, Eric does get a lot of things right, Edmena. He does. He gets a lot of things right. But he gets a lot of things right not because he thinks about it. He gets a lot of things right because somebody in the space program is whispering him all the right things to say. Which I don't particularly appreciate. That tells me above everything else, that coupled with these weird questions that he asks, that he has no idea what he's talking about. That's what that means. That's what that tells me. And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to go barking up Eric Berger's tree. He's trying. This is hard stuff to understand. It's hard to understand. Even for me, I deal with this stuff every day. Look at me. I had such a curveball that I had to go watch the damn thing twice, and I'm still like, So, the thing is that last year they quietly canned the XEMU program and replaced it with this. Now, this isn't necessarily a bad way to do things, okay? It's not a bad way to do things. But I can't help but think that, NASA framed it like, oh, we already came up with baseline specifications for a spacesuit, and then we're going to hand that data over to commercial partners because, oh yeah, we were prepared for this. No, the reality is that they canceled the spacesuit program without telling anybody. And then took all the data from that spacesuit program over the last 15 years and then just pawned it off to commercial. But we could still keep the data, though. Basically, NASA's outsourcing. This is outsourcing. They're outsourcing the development because They're outsourcing the development because they couldn't afford to. Over 15 years, they couldn't produce a damn suit. Now, but then they replaced it with this contract that has $3.5 billion into the 2030s. So let's just do some basic math out. It's let's just say it goes till let's just say 10 years. It goes till 2022, right? It goes to 10 years. So that's 3.5 billion divided by 10 gives you 350 million a year. 350 million a year. We'd have to go compare that to what the XEMU program was getting for funding. If anybody wants to go digging into the 2020 Authorization Act or the 2021 or 2022 Authorization Act for NASA, the funding breakdown should be in there correctly. I'm wondering, is 350 billion more or less than what the XEMU program was getting per year? My gut's telling me that it's more. Yeah, it's more. Yeah. So here's where I'm getting confused. You structured out this program, you outsourced the development, and you're going to end up paying more money. But this way you get a spacesuit. I think that's the mentality here. Am I incorrect in this assessment? You're going to end up paying a little bit more. But this is basically a Band-Aid fix because the XEMU program was a freaking train wreck. Because it had no direction and no goal after Constellation got canceled. Interesting how it all goes back to that. And I would like to add that there is an indefinite quantity, indefinite delivery, milestone-based contract here, meaning that there's no deadline for it. There's no deadline. They're going to go at their own pace. They didn't even commit to, they said it's going to be on Artemis 3, but not even NASA knows when Artemis 3 is going to be. They said 2025 or 2026. No deadline commitment here. They don't even have the source selection statement for this program out. There's no pictures of the suits. There's no source selection statement. And they did this press release where even the people up on the panel didn't know the answers to some of the questions. They had to have people in the crowd answer, other NASA folks in the crowd answer some of the questions. Like Eric's question, for instance. You telling me that Eric Berger stumped these people? I mean, it's entirely possible that his question just had no bearing on the conversation whatsoever, which is probably true. See what I'm talking about here? Okay. Here's where this is where I'm getting confused. This program makes sense. I get it. I understand, right? But here's the thing. This is going to cost more money than what you were getting. Where's that money going to come from? Private investment? You just committed $3.5 billion over the next 10 years. That's $350 million a year. I'm pretty damn sure that's more than what they were paying for the XEMU program. So my question is, why didn't you just fund the XEMU program? Wouldn't that be a quicker, viable pathway to getting a working spacesuit? Collins released some images of the suits. Oh, that's good. Well, good. I'm glad we got something. Oh, hang on. I kicked the pedal cam over by accident. Especially since XEMU specs are already done. So they're adding all this extra stuff, and I get it. If you want to just compare net cost to cost, so one of these ways gets you a NASA in-house spacesuit, and the other one gets you commercial EVA spacesuits, and then NASA can retain that intellectual property. I get it. I understand. It makes sense. It makes sense, but. Yeah, okay. It makes sense. That's fine. But you're still going to have to pay more money. Where's that money going to come from? Are we just going to magically fund the XEVAS contract now? My question is how is this going to get more money than the other program that you canceled? And the deadline is even shorter now. Well, it's actually about the same, but I feel like there's something hidden in the lines in promoting partners to sell the suits to other outlets. Maybe NASA will get royalties, like if they're controlling the IP. Well, their royalty technically is the data, John. NASA's profit has never been NASA's profit has never been money. They don't profit in money. They profit in scientific understanding. That's the goal of NASA. That's what NASA's supposed to do. You give NASA money and they figure out stuff for you, and that stuff will help civilization. That's the idea. That's the whole purpose. Right? Sneaky, you said something in there. What did you say? So I'm trying to process this stuff. Thinking about what Jungle was saying. When the funding dries up later, but the company has committed their own funds in addition to the contract, have made significant progress, and have workable prototypes in the lease, is it enough for them to complete the project, sell the suits to the other company? I think that's the idea, dude. Yeah. This way, NASA is hoping to have 2 companies working on the suits. If NASA did it themselves, they just get 1 suit. Yeah, Caden, I understand that, but you got to remember, it's a task order award. So basically, NASA has a bunch, the milestones, right? Think about it like Collins and Axiom, the 2 providers, are on a game show. Okay, they're on a game show. Say they're playing Wheel of Fortune or Jeopardy or something, right? And you know what? Screw that. They're playing Legends of the Hidden Temple. Okay? Playing Legends of the Hidden Temple. There still has to be 1 winner at the end of the day. That's what task order awards are. Task order awards. Basically, NASA has different mini games in their game show. Actually, you know what? It's like playing Mario Party. It's like playing Mario Party, all right? In Mario Party, the person who has the most coins at the end wins, or the most stars or whatever. I haven't played it forever, right? The other teams can get stars, but you still didn't win, okay? The idea, so at the end of the day, and this is what one of the questions was, is there going to be a source selection at the end of the day when this contract is over? What if they just keep awarding both companies all the milestones? What if both companies just compete all the milestones? Then NASA's on the hook for a crazy amount of money. Now, they said here that the milestone-based EVAS contract has a combined maximum potential value of $3.5 billion. So that tells me that if both spacesuits complete all milestone bases, that the maximum price for that over the next 10 years is going to be $3.5 billion. Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense. That's way cheaper. That's way cheaper than XEMU. Yeah, that's going to be okay. Yeah. All right. I talked myself through it. I got it. Okay. Not a bad way to do things. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, Gary, it is really flexible. I got it. I get it now. Okay. See, that's what I mean. That's what we were missing. Both the spacesuits could complete all milestone-based XEVAs. Then you literally get 2 spacesuits for the price of development of 1. However, there is a catch to this. There's always a catch. Every program has a catch. And this is what I would have asked them. Actually, no, that they have that figured out. Okay, they have their bases covered. Here's what I would have asked. Well, okay, doesn't this technically make NASA beholden to a commercial entity to conduct EVAs on the ISS and on the moon? What's stopping them in the future from just jacking the price? Say Collins wins and Axiom doesn't win, and Collins completes all the milestones and they pay out, all the milestones are paid out and they have an EVA suit, and now Axiom says, all right, we didn't make it. All right, that's fine, whatever, we'll go back to making our space stations or whatever. And now Collins is the sole EVA suit. What's stopping them from jacking the price through the roof? Honest question. NASA has the IPs. That's right. They have the intellectual property, so NASA could produce it themselves. Okay. Perfect. Good. All right. They got their bases covered. Excellent. That's all I'm worried about. They have their bases covered. Whoever wins, each time a milestone it gets completed, NASA gets the IP to it. and they retain that capability. NASA, it's right from the press station. It grants NASA the right to use the same data and technologies within the agency on future exploration program procurements. Meaning they could just make the spacesuit themselves. They could take that design, go to somebody else and say, hey, make this. Cool. Good. Okay. They have the IP from the initial data and designs. Yeah, NASA still footed the bill for it. Exactly. Over 15 years, man. Okay, all right, this is pretty foolproof. I get it. It makes sense. I get it. That's not a bad way to do things. They can also take more commercial providers as the market changes per the press release. Okay, it's pretty watertight. From Axiom on the pricing thing, authorization to perform work under the XEVAS contract will be through the issuance of NASA task orders not to exceed $3.1 billion with a ceiling of $3.5 billion for all services. Okay. Yep. Yeah, why wouldn't they want money for that? I don't think NASA can make money off IP like that. But yeah, who knows? They're basically paying Collins and Axiom to continue development on the on the XEMU. Or not. You could make your own spacesuit. Yeah, I get it. I think it's possibly about getting a suit that has more cases than just what NASA needs for Artemis 3+. NASA won't design for use cases they won't use. As for the money question, this makes it so the companies don't necessarily have a cap in funding like how NASA has federal budgets. Bingo. Because they invited private investment in. The part I find interesting about this is that it sounds like both companies are competing for each milestone cash. Yeah, but Novus, if they both complete you're right, but from what I understand, they both can complete the task, and NASA has to pay both of them if they both complete the milestone. That could get expensive. But they say that the cap is $3.5 billion. They say that if both customers, if Axiom and Collins both complete all milestones and produce 2 fully made, ready to go suits, that the cap of that is $3.5 billion. Now, first of all, I highly doubt that. I'll be honest with you. I highly doubt that. Cost estimations don't work like that with spaceflight. You won't know how difficult it is to engineer this EVA suit until it's finished. I guarantee you this program will go over budget because that's not some crazy revelation. Every program does. There's unknown unknowns with spaceflight. You don't know how complicated it is until you go and do it. Yeah. Which is unlike the commercial crew. Yeah, this is different. This is totally different than commercial crew. This is an interesting way to do this. It's interesting. Hey, Rocket Guy. Then she mentioned a company getting it done quicker, like a race. Yeah. The Super Hornet didn't go over budget. Yeah, because it's almost like if you just go with what you know and just upgrade an existing system, you know, it works. That's much less expensive. We were listening to the review at work. Yeah, Rocket, it took me a second to understand how a task order award contract works, but it makes sense. Super Hornet is a new plane. Yeah. Sure. I'm not sure entirely what the point you're trying to make is, Hellfish. Is the Super Hornet contract a task order award? Because if it isn't, then this doesn't make sense. We'd have to go, and if we really want to be technical about this, we have to go find task order awards. You're playing whataboutism. You're doing what Eric Berger is doing. It also sounds like this is more competitive than commercial crew. Agreed. Yeah, interesting. It's an interesting way to set it up. See, now that I'm thinking about it, now that I'm really thinking about it, Eric Berger's question makes absolutely no sense. He literally said, "Oh, you're paying $3 for a banana. And this is for $5 for an apple. How is it more expensive? Surely apples are as easy to grow as bananas." It's like, what? Okay. Yeah, see what I mean? Yeah, okay. Okay, all right. Guys, I'm okay with this. This is fine. That's what I mean. It didn't make sense to me for a second. I didn't understand this. And I'll be honest with you. I really don't like that the XEMU program was hung out to dry the way that it does. That pisses me off, but that's the way it goes. Well, bananas do need warm weather to grow. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Okay, yeah, I don't have a problem with this. That's fine. This is not a bad way to do things. I would have figured it to be a delivery order contract and not a task order. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I'm not familiar with task order awards. That's why I was getting so confused. I had to talk myself through it. I had to watch the press conference twice because I don't understand. I didn't understand. And see, I think that's what Eric was trying to get at. I'm pretty damn sure that's what he was trying to ask. He was trying to ask, like, well, why, basically, why did you do this way? Why did you do this way? And that's honestly my question too. Why would they do this way? It's possible that they discovered something with the XEMU suit that would require significant redesign anyway. Yeah, Jungle, that's entirely possible. But if there was an unknown with the XEMU, it was because they underfunded it for 15 years, quite literally. It's been underfunded since 2008, and they canceled it in 2021. Not making that up. I guess NASA just can't know the quantities of orders, but I thought a delivery order can be made flexible in regards to milestones or per invoice. Maybe a task order just simplifies it. Yeah. So there was 2 requests for proposals for 2 different suits that fall under one ceiling of $3.5 billion. Bingo. John, like I said, think about it like a game show, okay? Think about it like a game show. Like, there are certain mini games and you can win the mini game, but both people can win the mini game. Now, what I'm wondering is okay, say, I think, and once again, I think NASA left themselves an out here. If both contractors complete all the milestones, say they complete all the game shows, like all the mini games in this Mario Party game, and at the end they have a tie, what happens then? But I think NASA ends up winning here because they'll have the blueprints for the suits, all the manufacturing, all the services for the suits. They'll have all of them. That makes sense. Yeah, that's not a bad thing. That's not a bad way to do things. NASA's really covering their bases here, and I see what they're trying to do. They're trying to get it done quicker. That's why they did the task award. Oh, okay, all right, I get it. The reason why this is a task order award and not a firm fixed price is because they need the suits sometime in the mid-2020s. They need them because the XEMU, the extravehicular mobility units, the suits that they have up there, they're eventually all gonna break. They're old suits. They were made in the 90s. Okay, they're eventually all gonna malfunction, so they need them to keep the ISS going. That's why they did this way. They did a task order contract so the suits get done quick, and they're pitting Axiom and Collins against each other to get these things done. But the thing is, just like a game show, both of them can end up, just like, well, certain game shows, both of them can end up winning. Both of them can complete it. And then you have two EVA suits to choose from. You're more likely to get, if you have 2 people trying to compete against each other for these milestones, you're more likely to get a suit at the end of the day, and you're more likely to get a suit done quicker. I get it. I understand what they're doing. I'm pretty sure they did that task order award to make sure that this gets done fast, because they need to land people on the moon in the mid-2020s, or else people are going to get pissed. How's the Biden administration treating NASA these days? Cicero, honestly, pretty hands off. Yeah, pretty hands off, which I don't have a problem with. The thing about NASA is that sometimes people play political football with NASA. It happens. It happened when Apollo got canceled. It happened when Constellation got canceled. Sometimes people do that. But the vast majority of the time that NASA's been around, they just kind of keep doing the same thing. Honestly, if COVID didn't happen, landing people on the moon in 2024, which was a Trump idea, still would have been a thing. They're still committed to doing it. It's just because COVID pushed everything out 6 months back that they're aiming for 2025 instead of 2024. Simple as that. That's like, I don't really talk politics too much around here, but space policy is something I understand pretty damn well. It's actually been pretty damn hands off. They're just kind of, we want apolitical long-term space development. Bingo. Well, space is something that everybody can agree on, dude. It's NASA's a big money train, man. Everyone likes riding the money train. And I don't have a problem with that. We can ride the money train all we want to. If congressmen want to keep NASA design centers going in their district, yeah, I get it. No, you should do that. You should fight for more. You should fight for more money. That gets NASA more money. My thing is that I don't mind if people want to do that, but we need a goal. We choose to go to the moon, or we choose to go to Mars. We need a set goal. And Artemis, which was, once again, previous administration, was a goal. That's a goal that everybody can rally around, and NASA will end up getting more money. And the funny thing is like I said, current president has been pretty damn hands-off with this stuff. He's just kind of letting it do its thing. And NASA funding for the most part has gone up. I'm honestly a little worried about this year's funding. I'm a little bit like, because they did go and say, oh, we're increasing NASA's budget by 8%. And the inflation rate is 8%. So the inflation rate is 8.5%, and that's from the Fed. So if the inflation rate is 8.5% and you're increasing NASA's budget by 8%, are you really increasing NASA's budget? The answer is no. No, that's actually defunding it by a pretty significant factor, which is very bad. That's very bad. Yeah, that's my one kind of. But then again, the president doesn't control NASA's funding. The Senate does. So, well, the House and the Senate does, but that's another story. Okay, I think I got it. NASA wants a new suit. They awarded 2 companies to develop it with the understanding that they both could win. Though it makes me wonder if the first company that completes the last milestone first, does that contract end? Thanks for playing. John, that's my question. What if one is significantly ahead of the other? Does NASA pull the plug on the other one, or do they keep going with the program until they're done? That's what I'm wondering. And that's what I mean about that program. This program could end up getting very expensive. They said that the upwards thing is $3.5 billion. There's no way you can say that. What if it takes one contractor 10 years to get the suit? You telling me that it's going to cost $3.5 billion over 10 years? What if it takes another contractor rewind that. What if it takes a contractor 20 years? The program kind of has a milestone for about 10. What if it takes another contractor 20? Are they going to pull the plug? What is that contractor going to do at that point? Hey, you said as long as we complete the milestones, you're going to pay us. See what I mean? Does somebody win the game show? That's my question. I think one thing you didn't mention is the method chosen also creates more jobs as 2 suits are made instead. For those that say space is just a jobs program. King, yeah, this might create more jobs, but here's the thing. It'll create more jobs in Houston, and that's it. They even said, the Axiom guy said that they're going to make all the suits in Houston. And the Collins guy says they're using ILC Dover, so they're going to make the environmental control and life support systems in Connecticut, in Windsor Locks, and then they're going to make the suits in Houston, if I'm understanding that right. So if you're looking at it from a jobs program perspective, that's actually not a good thing, because you're not spreading the jobs around. Consolidating all the aerospace jobs into one congressional district is an insanely bad idea. That makes it so NASA programs can easily get canceled. You got to spread the contracts around. Now, what about David C. Clark? David C. Clark in Worcester, Massachusetts, in my state, they've been making spacesuits for NASA for over 50 years. Now what? Now what do they do? What are they, schmuck? They just go piss off now? You literally took jobs from Massachusetts and you put more jobs in Texas. You think the people from Massachusetts are going to take that sitting down? No way. See what I'm talking about? It's not a good idea. I don't like that. But if it gets us a suit faster, screw it. Whatever. It's not necessarily that more jobs in Houston are bad, but part of the reason why NASA has survived this long, King, is because NASA facilities are spread everywhere on purpose. They're spread. There's the Draper Lab at MIT, which is a NASA facility in Massachusetts, right? There's Glenn Research Center. There's Plumbrook, which is those are in Ohio, right? There's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. I don't think I need to tell you what they do there. Houston, Mission Control, Johnson Space Center. That's in Texas. There's NASA Ames, that's in the Bay, which does advanced wind tunnel simulation and computer simulations because it's literally in Silicon Valley. There's NASA Edwards, which is aerodynamic real flight test research. Not Edwards, Armstrong. Right? See what I'm talking about? There's Stennis Space Center, which is engine testing. There's Marshall Space Flight Center, which is dynamic testing. There's Michoud, which is advanced manufacturing. It's all spread around on purpose. NASA headquarters is in Virginia, right? It's all spread. It's spread everywhere on purpose. Makes it harder to kill. It makes it harder to get rid of the program. There's Wallops Island, yeah. NASA's Mid-Atlantic Sounding Rocket Facility. The Mid-Atlantic Regional Spaceport, where they do high-altitude test research with suborbital rockets. All these facilities are spread around for a reason. My thing about it is that I'll just give an example, and this isn't necessarily a bad example, King. It's just an example. So you take something like SpaceX, right? When SpaceX got commercial crew, you took jobs away from Marshall, from Stennis, from Johnson, and from Kennedy, right? Marshall was working on the rockets that were going to move people to the space station. Marshall and Stennis, that's what they were working on because they were working on Ares 1, right? And then Johnson, that's all the flight controllers, all the mission controllers for operating Orion missions to the space station. You pulled the plug on that, and now you moved it to California. You moved jobs from 3 states to California. And all the shuttle personnel that were launching people into space for, that would have transferred over to Ares 1, well, they got canned. And that was like 5,000 jobs because the shuttle program is more complicated, and they replaced it with like 300 jobs for launching Falcon 9s because it's a much simpler vehicle. See what I'm talking about? Now, don't get me wrong. We did save money. SpaceX can do it for cheap because Falcon 9 is not nearly as complicated as a space shuttle, obviously, right? Obviously. I'm not saying that SpaceX is bad, but you did shift the jobs around, and people noticed that stuff. Oh yeah, people absolutely notice that stuff. Nobody in Congress likes jobs leaving their district. Nobody is going to agree to that. See what I'm talking about? Novus, you think it's for the wiggle room of development. Task orders might allow for the flexibility to define what each task is to be completed as opposed to rewarding for complete products or requirements met. You can roll requirements into a task order if you're smart about it, and it's a better deal for the companies since they'll get dev money since they won't have a product ready until after development. That makes sense. Yeah, there's Goddard. I forgot about Goddard. Yeah. Goddard does a lot of systems engineering, Invoker. Spreading it out so much also makes some things harder to actually finish. Well, everything is a trade-off, Hellfish. Everything with engineering is a trade-off. Anything with politics involving engineering is a super big trade-off. See what I'm saying? Now, once again, personally, fellas, I believe that NASA should retain their own in-house capability. That's just a personal opinion. I really, hey, at the end of the day, they're going to do what they need to do. They found a way to use commercial to leverage this so they, if they're going to keep getting underfunded and nothing's going to get done, you use commercial. That's the whole reason. That's part of the whole reason why they canned Constellation. Now, I always talk about how it was a bad idea, but the reason why they just said, screw you, we're not doing this anymore, is because that crap was happening. They weren't getting the money that they needed for Constellation, so people at NASA said, screw it. If you're not going to give us the money, we're going to find another freaking way, because space can't wait, and I appreciate that. I think that commercial was a great idea, and I understand that's what they were trying to do. They were sick of this. They were sick of, politicians saying, oh yeah, we're going to do this. Nah, never mind. Oh yeah, we're going to do this. Nah, never mind. That's how it had been basically since the end of Apollo. I understand the frustration. I get it, and I agree with it. It's bullcrap. But I don't think pulling NASA's entire in-house capability was a good idea, because you ended up making a lot more enemies that way. You ended up making a lot more enemies to commercial. Think about how vocal people were against commercial when they first proposed the idea. I think in order for this to go on a smooth and sustainable scale, NASA needs to retain in-house capability and also have commercial capability at their disposal. But in order to do that, NASA needs to get the funding that they actually need to get stuff done, which is something that is not happening, and it has historically not happened. The only time it's happened where they got the funding that they freaking needed is when they threatened to pull the plug on the entire jobs program when they canceled Constellation. They ended up overfunding SLS and then underfunding it later, which is... Yeah, exactly, Mayor. Yeah, I know. It's as if it's like one or the other. Hilarious. Yeah, interesting. And that brings, like I said, that brings up a question. This is why I get so pissed off about Constellation getting canceled. Great, we have all this awesome commercial stuff, but at what cost? We're just going to keep pawning off NASA's intellectual property to for people to make money off of? Now, granted, that's generally the idea. It's generally the idea, but so what happens when there's no more stuff to farm out to commercial? What happens down the road when you have nothing to give these companies, and then you get a brain drain at NASA? Great, you retained all the intellectual property, but since you moved all these programs to commercial, now you have nobody to execute this intellectual property. That I don't think that's a good idea, personally. Like, people disagree with me on this, and that's fine. I understand. And before you say, EJ, that's not going to happen, it already has. There's a huge brain drain at NASA. Go read about it. If the Fed's out of it, we'll be on Mars for a year. Farm, I find that a very interesting statement to say, considering that a government is the only entity that's ever touched a foreign celestial body, and they did it in less than 10 years when they had no idea what they were doing. It's very interesting. I find that very interesting. I mean, how can you say that when the Apollo program exists? What are you talking about, man? The system can work. People just got to pull their heads out of their tail, dude. That's what I'm getting at. You need deadlines. You need some accountability. And if that's what you're getting at, then, oh yeah, I agree with you on that one. You know? It's a very interesting thing. Yeah, Cicero. All engineers who are smart enough to build rockets are smart enough to move to SpaceX. So that's guys, once again, I don't have a problem with how they did the spacesuit thing. The task order contract is cool. I don't mind that. That'll get it done quick and that'll get it done fast. But at what cost? Yeah, okay. This is a quicker way to get it done and it's less money. Now, what happens when 2030 rolls around and we want to go to Mars? NASA has all the intellectual property. That's fine. NASA has all the IP to these suits. But all the engineers went to work for commercial contractors. So you have the plans for these spacesuits, right? Do you retain the personnel? Do you retain the personnel in the program? That could get expensive real quick. That could get more expensive than if you just did it by yourself down the road. If NASA just made their own in-house capability. So now what? Now you just say, oh, well, we have the intellectual property, and now you just start another task order award program where you just farm out the entire thing? What's stopping a company from jacking the price through the roof? And great, okay, great. NASA has the IP. They're just going to give it to another company? Don't you think a commercial contractor could sue them for that in the future? But then again, they did sign the contract saying that their IP is basically NASA's. Whatever they develop, NASA retains the IP to. But, see, the flip side of that argument is that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Like NASA, they could privatize that out, and they could say, a company could say, well, it's ITAR. You can't share that. Well, this is international trafficking arms regulation violations if you release the plans to our spacesuit. And before you say, oh, EJ, that sounds ridiculous, why were SLS's cryogenic timings that are derived from the space shuttle under ITAR? Anyone? That's already happened. See what I'm talking about? I like that this is going to get spacesuits done quickly. It's going to get it done quick, and they seem to have all the bases covered. But even NASA will tell you that there is unknown unknowns here. This could backfire. This could backfire, just like SLS is kind of a backfire of them pulling the plug on Constellation. You could backfire in your face. Guys, when the shuttle program was being put together, like when the shuttle program was running, keep in mind it was very primitive at the time. So like this is like 2007, 2008, 2009, 2010. At the end of the space shuttle program, there were live streams, live feeds inside of the VAB. You could watch them put shuttle stacks together, just like we watch starships get put together right now with NASA spaceflight. They had that with the shuttle program. You can't do that right now. The reason why you can't do that is because you can't film inside of the VAB because ITAR. And if you think I'm kidding, you can go look this up. It's all public information. Who was the most inspirational astronaut, cosmonaut, spacenaut, taikonaut, or whatever, if you had to pick one? John Young. Gene Cernan is probably second or third in that line, Dio, but John Young's my favorite. He flew Gemini for the first time. He went to the moon twice, landed on the moon, did an extended EVA on the moon, driven a vehicle on the moon, and then later he was the first guy to pilot the space shuttle, and then the first guy to pilot the space shuttle 2 times. John Young is my hero. Any national base space project is basically de facto ITAR. Yeah, Rocket Guy, I see NASA has their bases covered with this, but I can't help but think that this incessant need to pawn everything off to commercial is going to backfire in the long term for NASA. I really don't like it. Are spacesuits a one-use thing? No, Farm. These spacesuits will be reused. How so? What do you mean, how so? So, okay. All right, I have a question. I'll question to question, dude. I know this is not a good way to do things, but okay, so and you tell me if this is a stretch. Okay? That's the point I was just trying to make. What's like, once again, I'm not trying to say anything bad about Axiom or Collins or whatever. Say they do this and Axiom doesn't complete the contract. They don't finish the spacesuit. And Collins completes it. Do they pull the plug on the contract and say, okay, we're just using Collins now? Or do they wait for Axiom to finish their suit? Okay, let's say they do that. Let's say they do that, and we get one suit. What's stopping Collins from jacking the lease price on that suit through the roof? Well, you'd think that, oh, well, if NASA retains all the intellectual property for it, they can just take the designs for your suit and give it to somebody else, so NASA will always have a suit. There's no sole source provider here. Now, my question is, what's stopping Collins, for instance, saying that, oh, it's ITAR, you can't share that IP? What's stopping them from doing that? And before you say that, like, this is what I mean. It sounds like a stretch, but that literally is happening with SLS right now. Aerojet Rocketdyne says you can't, and Boeing said you can't have the cryogenic timings during the wet dress rehearsal. You can't have the comm loops open because it violates ITAR. On a previously non-ITAR technology that was done by NASA. And that's with an all in-house program. What's stopping that from happening here? I don't think the suits are ITAR. Well, neither were shuttle engines, until they were with SLS. That's what I'm trying to say. You think that Collins or just any commercial contractor is just going to say, oh yeah, here, you could just give the IP to our suit to anybody else. And that's what I mean. This could backfire. It could backfire badly, but once again, you could say that about any space program. That's what I'm trying to get at. You could say that about anything. You could make that argument for the Apollo program. That's why I'm asking if this is weak or not. If it's flimsy, you tell me. You could use shuttle engines to make ICBMs. I don't think you could make an Who's going to make an ICBM using hydrogen, S? I'm not sure that's what's happening with suit IP. ITAR won't protect intellectual property. Only foreign experts or foreign entities sharing. With every contract, companies must provide disclosure information on what licenses or IP they will not let NASA have. Sometimes this is negotiable. Other times it's not, and the government will take what it needs, and companies know that going into it. So ITAR will keep filming or anything like that from going on, but not sharing between NASA and other national entities. Okay. Okay. All right. So it's pretty watertight. Got it. I got you. I don't know, man. Rocket Guy, that's my problem with this, and maybe I'm just, I don't know, dude. The program makes sense. I get it. It seems pretty foolproof. I don't necessarily have a problem with it. My problem is the incessant need to pawn everything off to commercial. I get it. Commercial can do it for cheap. But if you end up giving everything to commercial, there's going to be no NASA left. What's going to be left at NASA? There's going to be nothing. And then when NASA has successfully pawned off all this capability to commercial, what's stopping commercial aerospace providers from just jacking the price on NASA? That inadvertently puts NASA's scientific exploration beholden to a corporation, because that always is a good idea. I don't think that's smart. I really don't think that's smart. What is ITAR? International Trafficking Arms Regulations. It basically is making sure we don't have technology that could be used to make weapons be well known. I don't think the companies would jack the price up for NASA to use. I imagine it'll be negotiations for a year-to-year or multiple bases at a time. I can't imagine it being on a mission-to-mission basis. I mean, NASA gets set funds from the government, so it doesn't benefit the company to charge way above what NASA can afford. They want the money at the end of the day. But if there's a healthy commercial market, Novus, and the commercial market is paying way more than what the government is funding, then what's stopping them from saying, yeah, we don't want to lease our suits to you anymore? See what I mean? I don't like that, man. And don't get me wrong, it's a stretch. My entire argument here is predicated on a bunch of what ifs, and I understand that. It's not foolproof. I don't want the future of the space program predicated off of a bunch of what ifs. I don't think that's smart. Just personal opinion, though. I could be wrong. I don't know better than NASA. It seems kind of glaring, don't you think? NASA could eventually just become a check cutter beholden to the behest of private industry. I think that's dangerous, Moist. I think that's a really bad idea. Wait, isn't that the plot of the most dystopian sci-fi? Literally Total Recall. Yeah, literally Total Recall. If there's a healthy commercial market, then NASA can enter negotiations with another provider. The most risky time would be in the near future when there's only 2 providers. Or just 1. But what do arms have to do with space science? I don't understand. Rockets? Rockets that move people into space? Billy, you don't understand how a rocket that can move things into space could be used to make a weapon system? I'm actually asking. There are certain things in the space program. Rockets themselves are derived from weapons. Most of them are. Does that make sense? The space race was just an arms race by proxy. Bingo. NASA will most likely be the only external buyer for now anyway, so I can say that from a business stance that it doesn't make sense to increase prices on your product to keep your only potential buyer from buying your product. That's fair. Yeah, that's fair. If the customer has to have a product, though, you pay what you have to. Like, look, fellas, I'm just... Rocket Guy, if I'm going, like, full crazy tinfoil hattie on you, please tell me. I'm just snowballing ideas here. Like, I don't... There's no way you can tell me that a defense contractor doesn't care about money. Like, that's the honest truth, right? Like, is that an unreasonable thing to think? It's the same deal with commercial crew. NASA pays for the service to transport crew and supplies to the ISS. What's stopping SpaceX and Boeing from just jacking the price? It's what Rocket Guy said. NASA is their main customer. The companies want that cash. Yeah, that's same. Okay, all right. You're spitballing ideas. Snowballing's when something escalates. Sure. Yeah. It's entirely possible that I might have a slip and say the wrong word at the wrong time, Mayor, talking 10 to 12 hours every day about advanced concepts like rocket science. No. I don't know what that word means. It is all fair. I just don't think entirely likely, since companies want that cash otherwise, they wouldn't bid and spend all the resources already to get NASA as a customer. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, Genesis, yeah, I got you. Yeah. I don't know, Orion. Something about this just doesn't sit right with me. I just don't know what it is, and I honestly think that it's, like I said, we're just pawning off NASA's all this excellent NASA capability. We're just pawning that off to corporations. Like, look, man. Like, this is just how I think. Like, okay, we don't have any problems doing that with spacesuits. We don't have any problems doing that with rockets, right? That's fine. What if we start doing that with, like, climate science? You see what I'm talking about? What if we start doing it with like Mars rovers or something, or climate science, or Earth observation satellites? Is that going to stay government in-house? What if NASA makes all the satellites, right? And then you only have commercial low Earth orbit providers to move said satellites into space? What if one of these commercial entities doesn't want that climate satellite up there? I think that's a fair question. Is it not? Like, you guys tell me if I'm getting a little too crazy, if I'm stretching it, tell me. I'm just brainstorming. Like, then NASA can go with another company? But there's eventually going to be a consolidation. Awesome, don't you think? To be honest, you're finally asking the right questions. Well, sequels, not finally. I've always said that NASA needs their own in-house capability redundant to commercial. Because I don't like the idea of the government only having having the only viable way to get into space. I don't like that idea. Why? Why don't I like that idea? Because there's some crazy, ridiculous conspiracy and the government's lying to you? No, not at all. Because the last time the government had the only way to get to the moon, when they realized that no one else had that capability, they called it a waste of money, and then we spent 50 years dicking around in low Earth orbit. That's the reason, right? Simultaneously, I don't think it's wise to have a corporation or a commercial entity being the only people with access to the moon either. Because if a corporation is the only way for people to get to the moon, what's stopping them from jacking the price up? What's stopping the government from saying, no, you can't fly that? You can't fly that. Nope. No, maybe there's an environmental analysis that needs to be done. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that the PEA for Starbase is what's going on there. I'm just saying that could happen. It could happen, right? Now, don't get me wrong. Everything with spaceflight is a gamble. So doing it one way or the other, what I'm trying to do, fellas, is find the most sustainable way to prevent something like, this is what I brainstorm about. I don't want something like Constellation happening. More importantly, I don't want something like Apollo happening. I don't want something like the space shuttle, which has all these awesome, which was a great, semi-well implemented idea, basically being a dead end. I'm trying to figure out the most sustainable way. And every time it comes down to it, the most sustainable way, I think, to get into space is for NASA to have to retain their own capability that is redundant to commercial, and then also have a redundant commercial market on top of that. That is the most sustainable way forward. And I talk about this a lot. I can give a pretty damn good example. A damn good example is, well, what country you guys live in? Does it have a federal mail program? We have the United States Postal Service in the U.S. In England, they have the Royal Mail Service, right? But do you also have FedEx? Do you have UPS? Do you have DHL? DHL. Do you have all that? Is that redundant capability? Technically, yeah. But the post office does stuff that those other providers don't do. Now, if we just got rid of our federal mail service and then put it in all our eggs in FedEx, DHL, stuff like that, don't you think I don't think that's a good idea. Like, that doesn't sound good. Or once again, maybe I'm just paranoid. I don't know. I just think that I want more rockets, not less, right? Like, it is ICBM invented and no longer something that is kept secret. So yes, excuse me, do not understand this keeping secret of it with space science. It will then, as I understand it, create a mistrust of public bodies. ICBM technology is very much kept secret, dude. Injector plates on rockets still, if you show a picture of an injector plate, you can go to jail for that exact reason, Bill. I don't think you understand what ITAR does, man, like, respectively, but okay. Rocket, what are you saying? You're getting at the single worst thing about the space industry, non-commoditization of space. Take that climate change issue you just mentioned. I, for one, welcome that scenario where we can have companies pick and choose services and customer base. That has to happen eventually, because when that happens, the space industry will finally be able to operate competitively, fairly, and with diversification, and at lower cost. The space industry is still dominated by primes. Yeah. Could NASA just plan future missions using commercial hardware? Keeping it in-house? Well, that's what I want them to do, Pop. I want them to have their own in-house capability. Yeah, Clutch, it's Top Gun. You just watched Top Gun Maverick, and the fighter jet scenes were amazing, but the storyline was meh. You're expecting story from a Top Gun? From Top Gun. Okay. All right, so it's a good movie. I don't want spoilers. I haven't seen it. I don't think there's a right answer, just different philosophies of how to approach this. I can speak for ages on the topic. That would result in walls of text. Well, yeah, no, I mean, maybe we should talk about this, dude. Because, I don't know, man. Something doesn't sit right with me about, commercial. That's what everybody keeps saying. Everybody keeps saying, commercial, we got a commercial. But, dude, do I know if that's a good idea or not? No. I don't know. I have no idea. But what I do know is that something about rocket science, there's this thing about rocket science. I'm smart enough to understand that there's always a trade-off. What's the trade-off? Everybody talks about commercial like it's God's gift to the space program. What's the trade-off? There's a catch. There always is. What's the trade-off? I'm trying to figure out what that trade-off is. Yeah, guess what? The first Top Gun had a bad plot. It's Top Gun. It's like watching a Rambo movie, like Rambo 2 or Rambo 3, because you care about Vietnam or Afghanistan, right? Like, and I'm not saying that sounded wrong. That's going to get taken out of context. Like, but nobody watched that because they cared about the plot. Everybody watched it because they want to see Stallone shooting people. Got a blister. I don't know, man. There's always a catch. I know that there's always a catch somewhere. Commercial isn't the end all be all for the space program. You know, it's just, like I said, the post office I think is a great example. Is the post office just a mail carrier? No, they do other things. There's other things that are so important. Like, oh, I don't know, moving ballots around. That's probably important. We probably should make sure that we retain that capability, right? Like that's probably for the better. Or like buying stamps, for instance, or you know, there's just a bunch of other things, dude. There's a bunch of other things that the post office does that, you know, like a private contractor wouldn't, like a PO box, for instance. Now, I know that there are PO boxes at a UPS store and et cetera, but the point is that you have the competition and you can choose. I think that's the best way forward. But once again, like I said, there are going to be people that disagree with me on that. Commercial only works with its competition. Yeah. Yeah. From my perspective, opinion, and experience, the trade-off is short-term versus long-term. Short-term, as you do with any new market creation, you create a monopoly. Long-term, if you keep at it, you diversify and create a dynamic, organic, living ecosystem that follows the innovate or die principles that sustain products, innovation, and competition. Okay, yeah, Rocket Guy, I agree. Money orders, passports, yeah, there you go, Ryan. There's other things that they do, right? Sorry, I just blanked on them off the top of my head and sounded like an idiot, but whatever. Rocket Guy, I agree with that. I agree with that completely. You're absolutely right. But this might sound far-fetched, but how is that any more sustainable than just continuing with something like Constellation? Constellation still has or massive government space programs still have the ability, they're susceptible to getting canceled, to change the winds of the market literally overnight. What I'm saying is that it's short term, and you're right, and you know, privatization and commercialization of space is something that can't just be in the short term, it has to be in the long term. Well, the same argument could be made about Constellation. The same argument could be made about Apollo. Apollo was a long-term solution. And then after it completed its first major milestone, which was the original goal, they canceled it. Constellation didn't even get that far. And then they had the gall to say, oh, why do we need to go back to the moon? We've been there already. Like, my thing is that, okay, if we want to put all our eggs in the total commercial basket, we have to be sure that we're laying the groundwork, and we keep laying the groundwork. If you're trying to build a 10-mile highway and you build the first mile expecting the rest of it to just get made, right, that's not going to work. It's just as susceptible as an in-house space program to getting canceled. It's just as susceptible to it. Is it not? Am I not thinking about that right? Because if we move everything over to commercial and then someone decides that we don't need to do commercial anymore, well, that'll create a monopoly in the short term. And then you're back to square one. And then somebody will use that as bait to say, oh, an in-house space program is cheaper. It'll just flip back and forth. Am I wrong? Like, don't get me wrong. That probably won't happen, but it could. Everybody said that, oh, no, Constellation isn't going to get canceled. That probably won't happen, but it could. And then it got canceled. Right? Like, you tell me if I'm being too paranoid. I might be. It kind of sounds like I am, but I don't know, dude. Like, if I'm getting into too tinfoil hatty stuff, tell me, fellas. Just tell me. Like, I don't know. I really want to, like, I swear to you that my only axe to grind here is more things in space. I want more things in space, not less. And I understand that commercial is a very viable tool of doing that. It's a very good way to do it. But what's going to sustain that market? The same argument could be made for, if we're going to do a 15-year space program that goes back to the moon, what's going to keep it going? It's just as susceptible to having the plug pulled on it as a commercial program would be. Yeah, Cicero, I mean, spaceflight engineering is about covering as many bases as you can. Being paranoid doesn't mean that you're automatically wrong. Okay, all right. I believe you're essentially correct. Public versus private is a very fine line to dance. And I think the best way to hedge your bet against that hellbore is by doing both of those things. I will add that doing both of those things is the most expensive way to do things, but how bad do you want a sustainable space program? How bad do you want it? Just like any other space program, you're going to have to pay a lot of money in the beginning. That's how spaceflight development works. And I see a trend going in the opposite direction here with these commercialized space programs. We go from big in-house space programs to commercial because it's cheaper. That's less money being spent on space. We understand this, right? Yeah, Gav Jim, interesting idea. I want space marines and corporate asteroid mining. Yeah, maybe. I think it's important to define sustainable, as that buzzword has been overused and now covers such a large umbrella of meanings. Yeah, people throw it around like crazy. I think the best way to ensure that our long-term exploration of space is through a healthy national space program and also public-private partnerships. Yeah, that's a good point. The wrench that gets thrown into this is the sheer amount of capital needed to do this. Not every company can just make a suit or other hardware. The market is relatively niche considering current needs and players in space, although it's growing. Government definitely has the capability to do this, but it'll remain niche if these companies can't make a buck off of it outside of government operations. NASA wants to inject some growth into these areas. It's a tightrope to walk. Bingo. Yeah, Novus, exactly. If the government is the way to pay out right now, what's stopping somebody from coming along and saying we don't need to fund commercial right now? Very similar to what happened to SLS after Constellation got canceled. They wanted to fund the commercial crew program, and they underfunded it and overfunded SLS. See what I'm talking about? These patterns are there. They're there, and they exist. I'm not just grasping at straws here. At least I think I'm not. I think the answer lies somewhere between totally government and totally corporate. Having both of them. That's the point that I'm trying to make. What would sustain NASA if it went commercial private? Nothing. Okay, cool. All right, I think we're all honing around the same thing. I just wanted to make sure that I'm not going bananas for a change, It's very interesting. It's a very interesting thing to think about. I think it's good to have both because they both provide tension on the metaphorical rubber band. If one side goes, the rubber band goes flying. Bingo. I think that is more sustainable, and I mean that in the actual Rod Guy said to define terms. What do I mean by sustainable? That's more sustainable for the long term, for ensuring that long-term exploration of space, going to the moon, going to Mars, and having a healthy commercial program to back it up will get us further in space over a long period of time. That's what I mean by sustainable. I mean more rockets launching, more commercial endeavors in space. The future that we wanted, guys. The future that everybody wants. Space hotels. Take a vacation to the moon. City on the moon. City on Mars. That's the kind of stuff I'm talking about. How do you monetize space? What I'm telling, tourist missions can do it at first, like the airline industry, and then once you establish a lifeline, like if we have a lunar colony, it's going to need to be resupplied in some way, shape, or form. I just want to say, as a huge lurker that doesn't know much about space, even though I've been watching for like 5 years, this entire conversation has been amazing. Well, thanks, Gary. I appreciate it. It's good to have independent entities balance and check each other. At least that's my opinion. Bingo. I'm with you on that one. Yeah, Novus, that's the point that I'm trying to get at. That's the point that I'm trying to get at. We can't just... I think that putting all your eggs in the commercial basket is a stupid idea, even with redundant dissimilar architecture. I still think that's a bad idea. That's just... That's going to fade. NASA will fade into irrelevancy. And then NASA becomes beholden to corporations to get what they need to get done. I don't think that's a good idea. Now, don't get me wrong. NASA's beholden to the president to get stuff done now. I get that and I understand that. I'm saying that that's a better way to do it than a corporation. At least politicians pretend like they have your best interests in mind. That was a joke. Please, that was a joke. Don't kill me. I thought you said the delays in SLS were because of underfunding. So how could it have been overfunded in the beginning? Ryan, here, I'll just draw a quick graph, okay? So this is money and this is time. Let's say we have an ideal space program. We have a space program where we need to go to the moon. For instance, we choose to go to the moon. Okay, we choose to go to the moon by here. This is 10 years. Right? We choose to go to the moon in 10 years, all right? See the 10 years thing? And this is your money up here. An ideal space program funding works something like this. It's a curve, okay? You have a bell curve. And then this bell curve will just keep going down through a point in the contract over here called disposal. Okay? Right? Does this make sense? You need all that money to build all the launch pads, all the facilities, develop the rocket, etc., and then it should peak right here. It should peak right there. This part at the peak is called operations. Okay? Funding should go down once you enter operations. Why? Because you're not building anything new. The only thing you're doing is manufacturing more rockets. You don't need to build another launch pad. You don't need to build another VAB. Okay? This period here between the start of the program and operations, that's called development. Dev. I'll just put develop there. All right? So you have scope, you have development, operations, and then operations through disposal, okay? That's how this goes. This is the ideal setup for a space program. So, you want to see SLS? This doesn't exist. There's no deadline for it. So what they did with SLS was this. Overfunding, underfunding. They simultaneously managed to make a program that has all the worst cases of overfunding and all the worst cases of underfunding in one shot. See what I mean? That's no good. That's no good. For what it's worth, that bell curve thing, that perfectly represents the Apollo program. Yeah, if you go look at Apollo's funding, it literally does that. And this isn't me making this stuff up either. This is... I'm getting the chart out. I'm getting the chart out. Now, this is a little different representation of basically the same exact graph. What that graph is on page 13 of NASA's Systems Engineering Handbook, what that graph basically says is that the cost will flatline over time. It'll get less and less expensive to operate the space program over time. The Apollo program pretty much proved that. In fact, those numbers, that graph is based off of those numbers. It's really interesting conversation, mostly because I don't know if there's a single correct answer for how to approach it. But the answer can be different for different things, depending on specific TRL. Yeah. I think that we have a good meshing now. I will always say that I think NASA belongs in the space domain and that there's no commercial market. A lot of science domains. Bingo. There's no profit off of climate science, dude. At least when it comes to NASA, right?
Discovery.
NASA's leading SLS development. Highest capital requirement to date. Then leveraging commercial industries to provide the supplements to the architecture, which further limits the effects of funding volatility that NASA sees, while also supporting market growth in those areas. Then NASA can eventually retire and move on to the next big science mission. Yeah, okay. Use the fancy tablet. Yeah, I gotta hook that up. So why in the beginning would it have a lower budget? Why not start with a high budget? Well, you gotta figure out what you want to do first, and figuring out what you want to do is doesn't require a lot of money. It's just a bunch of guys brainstorming in a room. Hey, Pinox, 20-month resub. Thank you. Creating a platform for others to perform development and earn money down the line from doing that research. Well, that's all fine and dandy, hand in hand, Novus, but I can't help but think that we can do that better. We can do that better. Like, okay. Don't you think a better way to do that, for instance, would be if NASA had this idea of leveraging commercial at the end of the Apollo program. And instead of making the space shuttle, right, they took the Apollo applications program and kept that in-house and then leveraged commercial to keep the Apollo program going, to keep these routine missions to the moon going. Basically, Grumman, we're going to pay you to operate the LEM and we'll train the astronauts, right? And then you guys build and deliver the LEMs to us. Firm fixed pricing, right? Like commercial crew almost. I think it would, don't you think that would be a better way to do things? Have all the development done in-house and then leverage commercial on top of that? I don't think starting with commercial for development is, I mean, yeah, it's cheaper, but does that give NASA what they want? I mean, look at how fragmented Artemis's architecture is. There's no viable pathway to get to the surface of the moon right now. There's no viable pathway for SLS out of the box to get to the surface of the moon. It needs Gateway to do it. Can't really go beyond 2002 to compare commercial enterprise and government space. Yeah. So in the beginning, Congress paid billion. No, Ryan, they didn't pay a lot. They didn't pay anything to figure out what they want to do. Figuring out what you want to do doesn't take too long. It's designing and building the things to do what you want to do. That's the part that takes the most amount of money. Is Gateway commercial? No, Gav, but it's being launched by a commercial partner. Gateway was originally supposed to be launched on SLS. Now it's being launched on Falcon Heavy. Does it really need Gateway, though? Couldn't Orion rendezvous with HLS in rectilinear halo orbit directly? Sure. Now NASA's entirely beholden to SpaceX to land on the moon. Why do you think they wanted 2 landers, Grabshark? How are things going with Starship these days? We're getting there. Starship's almost ready to fly. Another 2 weeks. That's what Elon said. At least he said it out on Twitter yesterday. The latest discovery is that a 6-month spaceflight accelerates the aging of arteries by 10 to 20 years by vascular aging study. Investigates arterial stiffness of astronauts, which also occurs as we age on Earth and can lead to cardiovascular diseases and cognitive impairment. A lot of challenges ahead of us, IMO. I mean, Muhi, you're not wrong, but that's not necessarily what we're talking about right now. But you're right. Yeah, absolutely. We still have a lot to figure out. You want a corporation figuring out all that stuff for you? Or do you want NASA figuring out all that stuff for you? I'm taking NASA. I'm on the redundancy train, same as you. Just wondering about the capability with that question. Is EG given his thoughts on spaceflight with the upcoming issues of recession and inflation? Yeah, me, Corb, I don't think it's going to affect it too much. But I don't have a crystal ball. I can't predict the future. In my experience, development is already done mostly outside of NASA. The companies will do the design to fit with NASA's requirements. NASA oversees the design the whole way through with reviews. Yeah, that's true. Yep. So what were they doing when SLS was being overfunded in the beginning? They actually got the preliminary design done quicker, Ryan. That's what happened. And then the second the funding path and the needed funding crossed each other. Great, you have a plan. You came up with that plan quick. Now build the rocket. Okay, we're going to need $1 million to build the rocket. Oh, $1 million? All right, here's $350. That's the best I can do. Okay, now it's going to take a lot longer to build the rocket because we need $1 million because it's almost like, there's no real way to get around how much it takes to make a rocket. Does that make sense? Underfunded it and overfunded it at the same time. Dude, I've talked to people that work on the SLS program. Like, those are their words, not mine. But the funding matches up. It makes sense. What are you doing? I'm streaming, Olifanti. What are you doing? I'm doing my job? What do you think about spin launch? Could work. It could work. Let's wait and see. I'm not going to say it's a dumb idea. I don't know if it's a dumb idea. If it works, it's not a dumb idea now, is it? Streaming, what about? Spaceflight. We're talking about spaceflight, and I'm talking about where I think NASA needs to go in the next 20 years. Now, what qualifies me to do that? Nah, nothing. But I do like space. I don't know if you look, but yeah, we're talking about NASA and funding and where spaceflight needs to go in the next 20 years, or at least where we want it. I mean, everybody wants to go take a vacation at a hotel on the moon, right? Like. So was the overfunding in the beginning a bad thing since they actually got it done sooner? Yes. Overfunding, giving a program too much money creates waste, Ryan. It creates waste. Giving a program not enough money generates underperformance. So, Ryan, let's think about it like this. I say, Ryan, I need you to go to the grocery store and buy me some milk. And you say, okay, I'll do that. And I say, oh, milk costs $3.50. Here's $10. What are you gonna do? You go to the grocery store. You're gonna buy milk. You're gonna have extra money. You're gonna buy a candy bar, right? Because you're gonna buy a candy bar. Screw that. I want a candy bar. I went to the grocery store. I want a candy bar. I got you milk, right? So you bring it back. Then I go, okay, where's my change? And the candy bar cost $1. So you give me $5.50 in change. And I say, where's my $6.50? What the hell? Oh. Well, I wanted a candy bar. That wasn't what I sent you to do. That wasn't the agreement here. See what I mean? It creates waste. Now, particularly the waste is the candy bar. Like now you have total control over what to do with that money. That's waste because that's not your original goal. Now, if I said, Ryan, I need you to go to the store and I need you to get me a gallon of milk. Milk is $3.50. Here's $2.50. Now what? Now you can't afford the damn milk. So you ain't getting milk today. You ain't getting milk until tomorrow when I have another $2.50 to buy more milk. See what I'm talking about? Overfunding creates waste. You're wasting your money. Underfunding basically means stuff is going to take a lot longer because you can't get it done right away. How is that early overfunding waste? How is it wasted? What do you mean? What do you mean how is it wasted? It just lined the pockets of people. This is the stuff that Eric Berger, I believe, is pretty much right about. If you have that's the whole jobs program argument. Everybody just got paid to basically do nothing. There's no deadlines. There's no deadline. There's no deadline. There's no deadline for SLS. What are you going to scale to? What are the companies going to scale to? So you're going to have a bunch of people who are just going to sit there and do nothing all day and get paid to sit there and do nothing all day. Also, that dang Loch Ness Monster took $350 from me. Burger, right? Impossible. That's the kind of bulk. That's what Eric is trying to tell with the articles that he writes. That's what he's trying to show. He's trying to show that there can be waste in the government, and that's as an entity that's beholden to taxpayers. Well, that's bullcrap. The thing is, I agree with him. I agree. That's right. That's correct. But that's not the case every freaking time. He thinks that's the case every freaking time. Every freaking time. Like, look at the question that he asked about spacesuits. Why does it cost $3.5 billion and a lander costs $2.1 billion? Well, the lander contract was for one demo landing and one lunar landing. This is for multiple spacesuits over the next 10 years from 2 different providers. That's like, we'll go back to the grocery store analogy, right? NASA is saying, I need you guys to go get me milk, right? And then Eric Berger asked a question in the press interview, wait a minute, orange juice is more expensive than milk. How can milk be more expensive than orange juice? Well, I don't freaking know, because it is. Because orange comes from a fruit and milk comes from an animal? I don't know. That's a weird question to ask. There you go. No, yeah, what Nova said, Ryan. Mm-hmm. So in the beginning, they overfunded the design of SLS, and then when they needed to start developing it to build it, they didn't fund it properly. Yep. Mm-hmm. Maybe you've already gone over this, but what happened to the XEMU? They canned it last year, demo, and then they took all the progress that program... They took all the progress from that program and basically open sourced it to anybody that responded to the RFP. Now, for what it's worth, demo, I don't think the space flight thing is the spacesuit thing is necessarily a bad idea. It's pretty foolproof, but there is an overarching question here, demo, to bring you up to speed. I don't mind the way that they did this spaceflight program. It's a task order award, which is actually pretty smart. That means it'll get done quick and it'll get done for a good cost. But at the end of the day, NASA doesn't have an in-house EVA suit anymore. And great, the commercial partners are more expensive. That's lovely. Now you just need commercial suits to. Now you're just beholden to commercial entities for these spacesuits, but that could pay off in the long run by having a more vibrant commercial economy. I don't necessarily mind it. NASA covered their bases with this demo, but the overarching question still stands. Do we think that continuing to just take everything and make it commercial is a good idea? It brought up that argument again. I don't think it is. Hey! that's Gambalonia. What's up, VJ? Hey! Nothing, man. What's up with you? 5-month resub. Thank you. Sorry, Gam, it took me a second with the name. Sorry about that. Hey, Rug, 56-month resub. Thank you very much. So they keep the Pumpkin Orion suit. Well, that's a flight suit, not an EVA suit. Gam, I'm like, Gambalonia. Thanks for the 5 months, man. I appreciate it. In all fairness, though, I think he was just baffled on how basically a tuxedo is costing more than a car that we're riding in. Phil, that's not a good way to think about it. We're not talking about a tux versus a car. An EVA spacesuit is a spacecraft. It's just human-shaped. It is a human-shaped spaceship. That's what an EVA suit is. That's why it's different than a flight suit. A flight suit just regulates pressure, but it's connected into the spacecraft's environmental control systems. The flight suits on Dragon, on Starliner, are part of the spaceship. On an EVA suit, the flight suit is the spaceship. That's a little bit more complicated. Demo, that's my thing. I mean, I don't know, dude. I don't know. I just don't think. I think that NASA is right in leveraging commercial, but I also don't like the fact that they're just brain draining themselves and pawning everything off to commercial. This is basically paying for, in NASA's words, the commercial partners will be responsible for design, development, qualification, certification, production of spacesuits in support of the equipment to enable space stations and Artemis missions. So you basically just pawned off your entire spacesuit program to a commercial entity, two commercial entities. Now, the long-term benefits of that could be that you have more competition, and then NASA could just buy whatever spacesuit they want. But that the entire thing there is predicated off the fact that the industry actually, that economy actually emerges. I don't know. Okay. But I thought the EMU and the Orion suits were part of this same program. Well, they were until they canceled it, and the Orion suit stayed, but they canceled the XEMU. All right, Cicero, see you, buddy. Erica is also comparing a contract that runs through 2034 to a contract for a demo and a crew flight in 2025. Sure, it's more for something that runs 3 times as long as the other. Yeah, Novus, yeah, that's what I mean. It's it's like, you ever watch those stupid late night infomercials? And they say, well, our product is better than the other guy's product. The other guy's product can sell for as much as $100, but our project is available for just 4 easy payments of $25. Our product is better than the other guy's product, right? That's like saying that, we go, oh, 4 payments of $25. Well, that's way cheaper than $100. So let's go with that one. Ha 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 ha. Literally taking numbers at face value when it comes to contract awards for frigging rocket science. You see that? That's why I don't like that guy. That's why I don't like him. Yeah, that is basic bitch stuff, man. You got to be kidding me. Like, what are you doing, dude? I know you're smarter than that. Come on, man. Yeah, demo. Well, that's my argument. I'm trying to say I agree with you on that one, man. Do you think the spacesuit will play a role? The SpaceX suit will play a role in this at all? SpaceX is developing their own EVA suits. I think the SpaceX train can't be stopped. They'll. You know what, Phil? I wouldn't put it past SpaceX to soliciting a proposal for this spacesuit technology, for this contract, and they did bid for this contract. SpaceX probably put in for a bid knowing that NASA, if you get put in for a bid, they have to give you all the information on the XEMU. So if you're SpaceX, why the heck would you even do that? Why would you even want to win this contract? Screw that. Waste of time, dude. Bid on the contract, put something ridiculous in there, and then you get free information on how to make spacesuits for extravehicular activity. If I recall correctly, SpaceX has plans to do EVAs on the Polaris Dawn missions. They're working, Cyborg. Yeah. I know people around because they're diligently working at their desks. I mean, that's just personal opinion. I would do that if that was me. We have missions, we have customers that want to pay for an EVA mission, and we need to figure out how to make EVA suits. Here comes this NASA contract where if you basically reserve a ticket for this contract, so to speak, that you get you basically get the information on the suits. I would have said, oh yeah, we'll build you a spacesuit. It's going to cost $1 billion a pop. And NASA says, well, no, I don't think so. That's really expensive. Here, have our spacesuit technology, though. It's basically, oh, yeah, you're right. It's too expensive. Oh, we lost. Oh, geez. EJ has Rocket Guy in his mission control. Yeah, he's working. Rocket Guy, are you working? Are you, in fact, working? You tell me. SpaceX is a private company, Foz. Yeah, you don't need to worry about that. Oh, how'd this EMU data? What am I going to do with all this EMU data? Cirrus, jeez. See, Rocket Guy is working. That's why he's not here, because he's in chat. You guys are crazy. It happens all the time in business. People ask for bids just to use you as a check number and have no intent to use you for the job. Yeah, basically, Cluties. Hey, oddball, what's going on? Been away for a while. Have you still got the house in the garage? Do I still have it? The offer's accepted. We're in bank appraisal right now, dude. Yeah, so no news is good news. I'll tell you guys the second I have some information. Yeah. And no one at NASA has a problem with this and tries to fix it? Driados, see, here's the thing. Here's the thing. This is what I'm learning as I get older. This is just one of those things. And people probably not going to agree with me on this one. This, once again, I'm speaking to my personal experience. There's 1,000 different people out there, at least, that know that this is, that NASA's, you know, like, this is not a good idea. This could potentially backfire. I guarantee you the people that came up with the program know the risks involved. Right? Here's my thing about problems. They won't point out the problem because it's easy to point out a problem. You know who sits there wasting time pointing out problems? People that can't solve problems. See what I'm saying? NASA's trying to figure it out. They're trying to do what works. That's why, like, look, this is a good way to do things. It's pretty foolproof. They're working with the hand that they've been dealt. But one thing that I don't ever like hearing NASA say, oh, we can't do this. It's not sustainable. Because that's bull crap. That is bull crap. No way. No way. What's not sustainable? Going into space? Oh, yeah, because there's a really big demand for that right now, right? Of course it's not sustainable. That's not the point. The point is scientific understanding. Like, NASA's job isn't to make profit, right? So, like, I've become very paranoid, I guess, of people that point out problems that just sit there. Oh, I'm pointing out this problem. I want to point out this problem. Because people that point out problems have no intention of solving the problem. Because if they wanted to solve the problem, they would have solved the problem. Right? Anybody can point out NASA's problems. But NASA's problems aren't exactly easy to solve. Because it's rocket science. It's not exactly an easy thing to do. Right? It's just something I've noticed, man. I don't like people that just point out problems all day. Okay. If you're smart enough to recognize that there's a problem, shouldn't you be theoretically smart enough to solve said problem? If so, how do you even understand what the problem is? Right? If you don't understand a system well enough, if you understand a system well enough to be able to point out a problem, you should know how to solve said problem. Yet everybody just sits there and points out problems. Once again, that's speaking from personal experience. If I know how to solve something, I don't sit there and say there's a problem. I just go and fix it. Like with spacecraft in mission mode or any engineering that we do. I'll just fix it. Just fix it. Anyway, this is a good conversation, guys. I'm glad you guys like it. I'm glad you guys enjoyed this spaceflight conversation. It's just, yeah, it's something that's always in the back of my mind, you know? And every time I go, and I'm happy we took a dive into this because I would have been sitting here for the rest of the day thinking about why this contract makes any sense at all. But I get what they're trying to do. To kind of, let's kind of sum it up, and I'm going to go back to playing Kerbal here in a moment because we've been doing space news for the past three and a half hours. I think it's important. This is not a bad program. Not I think it's important. That's another thought. This is not a bad program. This is not a bad way to do things. NASA is coming up with a solution to get a spacesuit done by pitting commercial partners against a milestone-based contract against each other. That will get us a spacesuit that's good enough to get it done on a pretty reasonable time frame for a lower price because they're pitting commercial against each other. That's a good idea. I don't necessarily mind it. NASA does retain all the intellectual property and data they basically can have the designs for both of the commercial contractors' suits. That makes perfect sense. I think that's a good safeguard against the stuff that I was talking about happening. It's not a bad way to do things. I will say that the plain Jane reason why this contract doesn't make sense at face value and why you have to go looking into it is because it's not ideal. It's not an ideal way to do things. I don't think it's a very ideal way to do things. But here's the thing about NASA. Every time we try to come up with an ideal way to do things, somebody throws a wrench into it and we end up with a less ideal way to do things. This is good. This is a good enough contract structuring and it has enough redundancy in that contract to be able to safeguard commercial partners and NASA in the short term. The long term is where I'm like, but this is good for what we need to do right now, and it will get us an EVA suit in time for the Artemis missions. Now, what happens after that, I don't know. But I don't mind it. It's a good way to do things. This is not a bad decision. It's a pretty damn good decision, but it could have repercussions later. But here's the thing. That's the case with any decision in spaceflight. Any decision is susceptible to this. What are the reasons why NASA is more expensive? Is it because of government bureaucracy? Yes and no, Ryan. I personally, this is EJ's opinion now. I personally think that the government is just fine. The government can do stuff at cost to commercial. It's totally possible. They can do things for... NASA could launch stuff into space just as cheap as SpaceX does, if they were given the resources to implement said program to begin with. Okay? That's important to understand. Why? How do I know this? Well, NASA went to the moon in less than 10 years when the technology didn't exist. You're telling me a commercial partner could have done it faster? Bull crap. Bull crap. Nothing like SpaceX existed during the Apollo program. And even then, Elon wants to go to Mars, and I am 150% supporting him in that endeavor, going to Mars, going to the moon, getting Starship working, full reuse, rapid reusability. I am on board that train 154%. It is going to take time, though, even for him. I don't necessarily think the government is more or less expensive. I think the problem is that there's no accountability. You have to have a space program that has to have concrete deadlines and real consequences for not meeting said deadlines. The real consequences during the Apollo program were that the Soviets would be able to do stuff that we couldn't do. That was the consequence. So we implemented a deadline based off of that consequence. Now, fast forward to today. I don't think we need to launch and go back to the moon just because China is doing it. I think we should do it to safeguard ourselves against not extending out into the stars, because if an asteroid hits us, that's game over. I think the real existential threat here is asteroids, climate change, and a couple of other things. That's the penalty there. Okay? That's the penalty. If we go to Mars and we start our base on Mars and we figure out how to terraform Mars, well, one, that's changing climate. That'll make us better at controlling the climate here. Two, we gain a control group, so we know what screws up the climate more or less by trying to fix Mars's climate. Three, say we figure out that climate change on Earth is inevitable and we can't do anything about it. Now we have a lifeboat. That is the existential threat this time around. That is way important. That's super important. Like, I can't think of any other goal right now that won't solve so many problems than that. We figure out ways to get to the moon. We figure out ways to get to Mars. That'll solve a lot of problems. Now, don't get me wrong. There's always going to be problems. There always is. The problems that we have now are not problems from 50 years ago. Like the Cold War, for instance. Those weren't problems from 50 years before that. Colonization, before that. The problems change. There's always going to be problems. But as long as there's problems, as long as we have problems to solve, humanity will keep going because we like solving problems. That's what we do. That's why we need to go into space. It's so important. We will stagnate as a species if we don't. And we get a good meteor, mutually assured destruction. We start a nuclear war. That's it. Game over. Bye-bye. That's it. Was it worth it? See what I'm talking about? It's a very big and real existential threat that we need to fix. That's why I'm here doing what I do every day. I'm trying to solve that problem. I'm not trying to point it out. Understand? Yeah, Hazanku, I also want I want a Donager in real life. Yeah, that's true. Great stream. Thanks, Olifanti. I'm glad you like it. I like to try to bring another layer of deep conversation in when it comes to spaceflight because it's important. I think it's very important. It's very near and dear to my heart. Can I have a question about your backdrop? The top left 2 pictures, the nozzles rotating. I think that's what they're called. Are they motorized or free floating? They're hydraulic on both of those designs. Hydraulic. They have hydraulic actuators that are attached on the motors, John. Like if you're looking at the nozzle, here's the nozzle. You're looking up the business end of the rocket. There's one here and there's one here. This one makes the nozzle go like this. This one makes the nozzle go like that. The entire rocket engine is mounted on a U-joint, similar to a U-joint that you'd see on a drive shaft on a car, like a universal joint. That's, a universal joint allows pivoting in all different directions. It's almost like a ball joint. That universal joint is called a gimbal. And the rocket engine, if you didn't have the hydraulics hooked up, it'd just sit there and do this all day, right? There's 2 hydraulics that attach that allow them to steer them, like those. Those two hydraulics can you get basically 360 degrees of motion. And how far you go off the straight down vector is called your gimbal vector range. So gimbal vector range on like a shuttle engine, for instance, or RS-25s in the case of SLS is 10.5 degrees. Raptor engines on Starship and Super Heavy are 15 degrees, meaning it can move 15 degrees off of the center line in either direction. Some really freaking powerful hydraulics. Can I ask a... Okay, alrighty. Yeah, John. But yeah, no, like I said, I see a lot of newer viewers in here, and I'm glad. Thank you for watching. I really appreciate it. I still can't believe that after 10 years of doing this, that people sit here and actually give me a microphone for this stuff. I really do thank you. It's thanks a lot. Spaceflight's too important, man. We gotta keep talking about this stuff. We gotta keep trying to solve those problems, man. Not just pointing them out. I try to get people involved in space to try and show people that this is stuff that we need to figure out. I'm here on the front lines trying to solve the problem, I have a serious question. Why do people get crazy about climate change? There have been ice ages 50,000 years ago. There was no greenhouse gases back then. Violent. I can answer that in a second. Let me just catch up with chat. But do you think the government oversight, well needed, does slow NASA down? Government oversight? No, the Apollo program is a good example of this. No, absolutely not. Amazing explanation. Thank you. Yep. Violent. Okay. People get crazy about climate change. All right. So I'm not going to say one way or another. I think climate change is real. It absolutely happens. We have ice ages. That happens. The debate that people get annoyed about is the rate at which humanity is affecting Earth's climate. Okay? That's where all the strife is, because people on one side of this equation think that if we accelerate climate change too fast, that we could hit a tipping point and Earth could end up like Mars, or it could end up like Venus. Venus has so much greenhouse gas in it that it literally fried anything on the surface because the atmosphere got too hot. You don't want to go outside and get sunburned within 3 seconds, do you? No, you don't want to heat up a planet's atmosphere too much because, yeah, basically, Venus could happen. You could get so much greenhouse gas in the atmosphere that anything on the planet would just literally get obliterated by heat and by pressure and by corrosion, because Venus has like acid in its atmosphere because there's so many greenhouse gases. It rains like like hydrochloric acid on Venus. Yeah. We probably don't want that for Earth. The other thing that could happen is if we screw with the ozone enough and enough solar winds get in, it could blow our atmosphere completely off the planet. Solar winds could blow the atmosphere away. That's what happened to Mars. Also, planetary scientists think that Mars for whatever reason, had a magnetic field in the past, and it probably looked like Earth at one point, billions of years ago. But something happened, climate change, an asteroid, something happened, and it basically cooled down Mars' core enough to the point where there was no magnetic field. It's pretty obvious by looking at the surface of Mars that you could see that there was rivers and streams and valleys and plants and stuff. It's pretty obvious to see. Why is that not? Why? So if it looked like Earth at one point, why does it not look like Earth anymore? That's kind of, we should probably understand that. That would be probably a good thing to figure out. Am I right? So that's the people that are like crazy about this stuff, like the planetary scientists. You probably listen to them; they probably know what they're talking about. The people on the other side of that think that, long story short, that humans aren't going to screw anything up. Earth will figure it out. We'll figure it out. The climate's always changing. And once again, it's a debate about the strife between how much is changing and what are the potential effects of accelerating climate change, and if we even are accelerating climate change at all. That's the debate there. I mean, yeah, I think that's such a sensitive thing that I'm not going to weigh in one way or the other. We're definitely, I will say this, you don't add 7 billion people to this planet and think that it's going to stay the same, right? Like, if there were no humans on Earth, there would be no cities, right? There would be no cars, right? You don't add people to this equation and not worry about changing things. We absolutely are changing criteria in an implemented system, right? So we're doing something. Do I think that Earth will spin off in a cataclysmic like thing and then the oceans will boil and it'll be the apocalypse? I don't know, maybe. I don't know enough about it to really say yes or no. I personally like the way that Elon looks at it, Violent. I think he looks at it very smart. He thinks that we're conducting an experiment. Our experiment is pumping insane amounts of CO2 into the atmosphere. Does Elon know what's going to happen? No. He's never claimed to have known that. But what he does say is that it's an experiment. Do you want to find out? I don't want to roll that dice, do you? No, that's not a good idea at all. I don't think that's smart in the least. Why would we roll the dice, especially when we're not multiplanetary? Why would you risk it? That's the argument, and that makes sense. I think that makes perfect sense. We need to stop pumping so much CO2 into our fishbowl. I think that's what's masquerading the numbers. Our ocean is a gigantic CO2 scrubber. What happens when the ocean runs out of bandwidth? What happens when your CO2 scrubber gets saturated? I think that's what people are worried about, and that is a very bad. Yeah, that's not good. The CO2 in the oceans is what's killing coral reefs and stuff. That it's screwing with the pH of the ocean, so plant life dies off. That's not a good thing. They did helicopter on Mars. That's right. Now, don't get me wrong. Here's the thing. If you go and look at the fossil record, right? You go and look at the fossil record. There has been times in the past where there has been way more CO2 in the atmosphere than there has been right now. There has been times in the past. Picture the dinosaurs in your mind. Picture the T-Rex, right? Right? Picture T-Rex in your mind. What climate does the T-Rex exist in? Think about it. Seriously. You think Jurassic Park, right? What's the plant life look like? Think about it. That's one big pile of poop. Tropical. Palm trees, ferns, jungles, swamps. Right? It's a tropical environment. Now, where are they finding dinosaur bones? They find dinosaur bones fossilized in like North Dakota. Is North Dakota a tropical climate? Hell no! Not a chance. Not even subtropical. Not even close. The planet's climate does change. It happens. That's why ice ages happen, obviously. Now, what caused it? Dude, frick if I know. I don't know. You'd have to ask a geologist or something. I have no idea. That's a question for Rocket Sage. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea why the climate changes. I know if an asteroid hits the Earth, then the climate changes. Because dinosaur not here no more. Yeah. That changes the climate pretty well. I know that global thermonuclear war, that would probably change the environment. You're introducing a lot of heat real fast. I don't think the debate is whether, pumping more CO2 or less CO2 into the atmosphere is necessarily a good or a bad thing. It's the rate. It's the rate at which it happens. Could you create a cascading effect? That's what people are worried about. And that makes sense. I get it. That makes perfect sense to me. In Antarctica, bingo. And guys, the thing is that the dinosaurs were 6 million years ago? That's not a long way on the fossil record. Earth is billions of years old, not millions. Human history is 6 to 10,000 years, written human history. We didn't just pop out of the swamp, man. You know what I'm saying? 65 million. Sorry, I forgot the 5. But yeah, even 65 million, that's still nothing. That is still nothing to this day. Like, that's not a lot. Earth's really freaking old. Oop, knocked over my soda can. Sorry, forgot a number there. So Violent, that's why people freak out about it. And that's why some people freak out about it and some people don't. Because, like I said, you got to think. I like the way Elon thinks about it. I think that's a very fair analysis. It could all go to hell. It might be fine. The point is that we're rolling the dice.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
I don't think we should leave our survival as a species up to chance. I don't think that's smart. Because we could end up like the dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Guys, like I said, that's one of the reasons why spaceflight is needed. We need to do that. We need to have a base on the moon. We need to have a base on Mars. We can't stay here. Konstantin Tsiolkovsky, the guy that invented modern rocket science, at least the math quantifying modern rocket science, right? The delta V equation is named the ideal rocket equation, or Tsiolkovsky's equation. Konstantin Tsiolkovsky said this: Earth is humanity's cradle, but you can't stay in the cradle forever. That's really, really important. We have to go. You can't sit here. We can't sit here and wait. That's not a good idea. I don't think that's a good idea at all. Why would we risk it? That's the point. Why would you risk that? Do you want to risk consciousness in the freaking universe on that? Maybe we'll do it later. I don't think that's wise. I don't think that's a good idea. I do agree that the summer here in Holland and the winter is shifting to a later time. But you can say that the Earth's orbit and the tilt of the Earth could be changing and causes climate change, right? Sure, Violent. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, the magnetic field shifting will screw with the climate more than what we're doing. Yeah, absolutely. If the magnetic field shifts more than what it already is, that will screw with the climate. Absolutely. But are we causing the magnetic field to shift? What the hell's causing that? That's why NASA's Planetary Science Division exists, to try and figure out what the frick's going on. That's why the entire Science Mission Directorate exists nowadays, to try and figure those damn problems out, because, yeah, that's probably something we should figure out. Yeah, I think that would be a good idea. Yeah, just saying. It could be inevitable, Violent, or it could be preventable. The point is that why would you roll the dice? And once again, that's where the debate comes in. Some people think it's not a big deal. Other people think it is a big deal. That's why it's such a hot button issue. Your cats are conscious. All right, Forlorn. Go and teach your cats calculus. Come back to me in a month. Tell me your findings, please. So then whatever we do could have no impact at all. Yeah, Violent. I mean, that's how I look at it. I think we're rolling the dice. I'm not saying like it's going to cause catastrophe or it's not going to cause catastrophe, because I know enough about science to know that when you introduce a variable into an equation, you're going to change something. The net result's going to be different. I don't know what that result is, though. I have no idea. I don't know. We could do all this stuff to go green and be sustainable, and everybody lives in happy wind turbine, return to monkey tree loving stuff. We could do all that and we get hit by an asteroid. Climate changes anyway. Why would you risk it? I don't think that's a good idea. I think we need to go up into space. Space is a good way to fix that problem. Once again, that goes back to pointing out problems versus fixing them. There is a guy that's trying to fix this problem right now. That's his ship on my main screen right there. But the other argument there is that, the Earth doesn't give a frick that we're on it. It doesn't care. It's an Earth. It's just a big, it's not like it has like a spirit or something. It's a big freaking rock. We're the masters of our own domain. That's the other side of that argument. Now, I get that. I get it. I understand that argument. Once again, I don't think that that's a wise decision. That doesn't sound smart. That sounds like being arrogant. And I'm not sure. You might be right. The other guy might be right. I don't freaking know. I think we're rolling the dice. I don't think anybody really knows. You know what I mean? I don't think because even the people that have been tracking climate science they've really only been doing it for like the past 40, 50 years. And then they have to kind of extrapolate the rest of the data. Now, you're only monitoring it for a certain criteria of time. 40 years is nothing. It's nothing. It's nothing. This could be just a hiccup. We could go into Ice Age tomorrow, right? I think learning and understanding why the climate changes is much more important than trying to say we're all gonna die, or oh no, it's fine. Oh no, it's fine. Let's not do anything about it. Usually doesn't end well. But also, we're all gonna die, and making people fear a potential outcome is also a bad idea. That's not going to do anything but create more people that just say you're an idiot. See what I mean? And I am kind of an idiot, but I wouldn't say like we're all going to die. I don't think either one of those is going to happen. I don't think anyone can reasonably predict the result, right? What I'm saying is that, and once again, I'm kind of parroting Elon Musk here because it's a very good way to look at it. It's a very good way to look at it. Why the frick would you take that chance? You're gonna risk your life? We're gonna risk our lives as a civilization on that? That doesn't sound smart. I'm trying to use mitigation measures, and adding more variables into the equation makes things worse. Too many variables will cause chaos. We'd be better off leaving it alone and just simply trying to understand it and learn from it. Yeah. I guess firework. Sure. And once again, it's a huge gray area, guys. That's why everybody gets all up in arms about this stuff. It's a gigantic gray area. And remember, that's what Violent asked. I'm only telling you, he asked, why is it such a hot button issue? Well, don't get me wrong, I'm not your source for all explanations on all hot button issues, but that one I do know about. If you ask, why people are in different political parties, I don't frickin' know, dude. I have no idea. I'm sure people have their reasons. Well, if I say I'm fine, thanks for the bits, oh no. I have no freaking clue, dude. That's not my department. I mean, Violent, it's funny because you can see people in that gray area in chat already trying to be like, no, it's like this, no, it's like this, no, it's like this. See what I'm talking about? Forlorn, I didn't ask. I didn't ask. That wasn't an invitation for you to say it. I mean, I appreciate you telling everybody, I suppose, but I didn't ask. I don't want to talk about that. That was the whole point of me bringing that up. It's Pride Month. Well, good. Show your pride. Have some fun. But the whole point is that I didn't want to talk about that. That's why I brought it up. Does that make sense? If something needs to be done, who else is going to do it apart from humans? The chickens? Cloud, that's what I mean. But the argument is over whether something needs to be done or whether nothing needs to be done. That's where everybody's getting hung up. But I'll say it one more time, just to kind of clue everything together. And then we'll get back into Kerbal at the top of the hour. You want to glue everything together. Here's the point. The point is that I'm not sure if it's this one. I'm not sure if it's this one. I think that we're running a science experiment. And that science experiment is like nothing that the Earth has ever seen previously. Nobody's ever seen this rapid acceleration of climate change, except if an asteroid hits Earth. And the last time an asteroid hit Earth, there was an extinction event. Why would we risk that? That's not a good idea. I think we're rolling the dice. I think that's the right question to ask. You know what I mean? Engineering is about asking the right questions. Not why are you doing this? What are you trying to do? What are we trying to solve, right? We're running a science experiment. I don't think that... It's pretty smart. Probably should do something about that. Beavers will inherit the Earth. Now that's the type of problem solving I want to hear, Toothless. Do you feel lucky? Well, do you, punk? Is there 3 asteroids coming at Earth, or is there none? I think you gotta ask yourself one question. Do you feel lucky, punk? Do you feel lucky, punk? Did Chelyabinsk cause extinction? The other thing, Violent, that's probably a good thing to understand is that none of us are smart enough for this here. That's what I mean about pointing out problems versus solutions. You know what I mean? The people that are trying to solve this problem are trying to solve this problem. I don't know enough about it. And dude, like I said, I know a little bit more than most, but I don't know how to solve that problem. I don't know what the right answer is. Which is why I don't really talk about it too much, you know? If you want to inform yourself, you might want to read the latest IPCC report. Spaceflight is my domain, dude. I'll probably read that on my own time, but I have other things to kind of maintain, right? And don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to say that I'm ignorant of climate change or a huge advocate for it either. I don't think my opinion really matters. To you guys, at least. Why should my opinion matter? I'm just some bum that streams on Twitch. You guys should go read the IPCC report. You guys should read it. Come to your own damn conclusions. I'm not here to teach you what to think. I'm here to teach you how to think. That's one of my main goals. The IPCC is pretty dry reading. It'd be funny to know how people would react to an actual asteroid. Yeah, I mean, didn't they make a movie about that or something? Yeah, don't crap where you eat, Violent. How about we just manufacture stuff in space? So we, don't have to worry about that. Mine resources off of asteroids and, like, how about we build factories on the moon or something? What are we going to do? Pollute the moon? Cause climate change? There's no climate to change on the moon. I mean, there is, to be very fair, there is. But certainly that would be bad for people on Earth, right? Like, why don't we put all of our factories there? Put all of our factories up in space. Mine stuff off the freaking moon. Mine stuff off Mars. It's already a dead planet anyway. Like, every single good sci-fi out there always has the shipyards at Mars. Why? Because Mars is dead. It's a dead planet. There is? Sure. Of course there's climate on the moon, GSF. Yeah, absolutely. It's just, I wouldn't take your helmet off and try to breathe the air. Ain't no fresh air up there, that's for sure. There's already asteroid feces on the moon, yeah. Give all their jobs to those damn aliens? Hell no, yeah. Getting to the moon and back is very difficult. Mars even more so. And crossing the Atlantic was difficult at one time, Forlorn. It ain't difficult no more. We gotta go and do it so we can figure out a less difficult way to do it. Yeah, asteroid mining sounds like fun. And I swear to God, if somebody starts speaking Belter in here, you're gonna get slapped. Alright? You're gonna get slapped. Yeah, Farm, actually, you know what's funny? People hate me for saying that, dude. You want something more sustainable? Fine, don't build throwaway things. I think throwaway culture is affecting the climate more than anything. Yeah, people don't like that. People don't like it when I say that. I tried to explain that to my neighbor one time that my old car from the 60s is impacting the climate less than their hybrid Lexus, which is 100% true. Because you need to expend a certain amount of energy to make an automobile. And that certain amount of energy does create greenhouse emissions, right? And great, your car makes less greenhouse emissions over time. That's fine. I get it. Like, my car pumps more CO2 out the back than yours. I understand that. But your car was harder to manufacture. And factories pollute a lot, don't they? The amount of energy that was needed to make that more complicated car that has less emissions is way more than the energy for a 50-year-old automobile. Even if I drove it every day, still lesser of a carbon footprint. You think I'm talking crap, you can go look this up. This is not bull crap. Now, don't get me wrong. My car from the 60s doesn't have a catalytic converter on it, for instance. So it does pump more noxious gases into the atmosphere. But it's important to understand that whole argument is about CO2 emissions. The whole, hybrid car, electric car, it's all about pumping carbon into the atmosphere. That was the whole argument. Now, if you want to sit there and say that my car pumps more crappy gases into the atmosphere, oh yeah, absolutely. Duh. Yeah, it's a car, it's 50 years old. What do you want? But the whole argument is based off a carbon footprint, isn't it? I mean, like I said, you could go look this stuff up. Like I'm not just saying this because I like old cars. I'm dead serious about this. You could buy an old Volkswagen Beetle from the 60s and you could have a smaller carbon footprint than if you bought a freaking Tesla. True story. Your mother pumps more gas into the atmosphere. Got him. Thanks. Yeah, Top Fuel, I think that's if you want to solve climate change, get rid of throwaway culture. Fix stuff. Build stuff that's designed to be taken apart and put back together. That can be fixed over and over again, so you don't need to manufacture it. Because the factory pumps way more carbon in the atmosphere than a car ever could. It takes a lot of energy to have raw materials come in one side of a factory and have cars come out the other side. That takes a lot of energy to do something like that. My chemistry teacher said the key to stopping pollution is dilution. I believe that rockets might one day be an integral tool to the methods to fix the emissions problems in the future. Sure. What does that emote mean, Farm? Laughing. It's laugh out loud. Also not factoring in the waste of the battery not being recyclable. Yeah, I tried to explain this to one of my neighbors one time when she tried to guilt trip me into, it's like, do you know how much you're polluting with that car? And I'm like, oh yeah, your $80,000 hybrid Lexus over there pollutes way more than this ever could. No, I don't think that's how that works. And I'm just like, I just drove off. Oh, I do, Hellfish. Who says that I don't? And they keep trying to screw right to repair in Massachusetts. No, guys, that was the conversation verbatim. Yeah. Oh yeah. No, that actually happened. A friend of mine said there's not enough lithium on Earth to change all the cars to on Earth electric. How do you want to solve that problem? Violent. One throwaway culture is a big thing. You want to curb carbon emissions. You really want to do that. Find the system that does the job the best. Best system for the job. Now, Violent. This is a personal theory. This is personal. Like, people are going to disagree with me on this because, once again, it's a big gray area. There's different ways. There's plenty of different ways to solve this problem. Okay? And remember what I said about pointing out problems. I don't really share this opinion too often because it's just my opinion and I don't know how to fix this problem. It usually comes up when we're playing cities, where I can fix the problem, but that's another story. Violent, I don't think that switching everything to electric is a good idea. I don't think switching all of our power plants to wind and solar is a good idea. I don't think that's smart. We should champion every system where every system does the best. There are certain applications where a car is more efficient in the long run than an electric vehicle. Simultaneously, there are circumstances where an electric vehicle will blow the doors off of a gas guzzler. Abso-freaking-lutely. Let me give you an example. An electric car. You don't see any, no, not an electric car. You don't see any electric tractors, do you? Why? Why don't we see that? Why isn't there any electric tractors? There ain't electric tractors because electricity is not efficient for farming in mass quantities. Because you need something that can generate power across an entire freaking off of an entire freaking farm. You're gonna sit there, farm something for a minute, charge the battery, farm something for another minute, charge the battery again. Now, don't get me wrong, there are other ways to do it. Say you have a hot swap battery for your tractor. Now you have a hot swap battery. Now you're charging the battery. Now you have to have an electric tractor. You got to charge the batteries. You got to take out the batteries. Is this really more efficient than just filling it with gasoline or diesel? Seriously. Think about it. With one, you just put magical liquid in the fuel tank. With the other one, now you have to have a charging station. Now you have to have a battery swap station. Now those batteries need to be mined out of the ground. Right? You got to mine those batteries. Now your tractor needs quick change battery equipment because the battery for a tractor would be gigantic. It would be the size of a combine harvester. And that has to do with what's called energy density. So what's more efficient in the long run? See what I'm talking about? Now, flip this. Let's reverse this. You live in the city. I live in Boston. All right, I live in the city. The city is like right there. It's like maybe 10 miles away. Maybe. Right? Say I'm commuting into Boston. Do I need my Coronet, for instance? My Dodge, the 69 Coronet with a 5.2 liter V8 in it with a 3-speed automatic. It's this big, awesome car. It's like 20 feet long. Do I need that? Would commuting with that make sense? I mean, it could, right? But an electric car is much more efficient. It's literally easier. I could charge it when I'm at home. It's much more efficient for that distance. Does that make sense? I'm not trying to farm an entire freaking field here. I'm just going to work and back. Now, here's the thing. This is where this gets a little... Hear me out. Why don't I just take the train? Why do I want to drive my car into Boston? The streets are based off of freaking cow paths. Why the frick would I want to drive my car in there? Take the damn train. Train's much more efficient. An electric train, even a diesel train, still more efficient. It's more efficient than a car. It always will be. Lower rolling resistance. You have metal wheels on a metal track. It's not like rubber on concrete or rubber on asphalt. That creates a lot of friction. That creates resistance. In engineering, that's known as rolling resistance. A train doesn't have a lot of rolling resistance because a train is metal on metal. It basically operates on ice. Right? That is a much more efficient application, even for fossil fuels, even if you don't have electrified train tracks. Much more efficient moving, for moving cargo in certain areas or for moving people. See what I mean? There's the point that I'm trying to get at is that there's more efficient ways to do things than others. If we champion every system where it's at an advantage, then you can curb it that way. That's my personal theory. And once again, this is me doing what I said don't do, sitting there and pointing out the problem. But I'd like to think that I'm smart enough to understand the basic engineering principles behind logistics. All right? So I'm confident in my ability that this could be a viable solution, but once again, I don't talk about this too much. Bring back electric streetcars. There you go. That's probably a more efficient application demo. No, Flack, and I haven't. Depending on where you might be able to charge it for. Yeah, demo. The point is that there's no one way to solve this problem. We should champion every scenario where there is a clear, better way to do it. Like demo, Elon himself has said that the electric car isn't the end-all, be-all solution to our problems. It's one step. Check out the progress of the CenturyLink building. Yeah, sure. Nah, interesting DNF. Epcot style. That JuiceBot, that's why I think Epcot was such a good idea, because it championed every system working to its advantage, and that overall will have a lesser carbon footprint. But who knows? As I don't think I'm smart enough to solve that problem. If I was smart enough to solve that damn problem, I wouldn't be streaming on Twitch. Anyway, it's the top of the hour. Good conversation, guys. That was fun. I enjoyed that. Did you guys like it? I mean, I don't know. Tell me. A lot of the problem is culture here, though. Lots of people look down on public transit as something the help uses. Screw that. Public transit is awesome. Yeah. public transit makes sense in certain areas and it doesn't make sense in other areas. Now, where you are, yeah, probably be a good idea, but retrofitting it could get expensive, and retrofitting it could end up being less efficient than just keeping on using the cars, right? And now, if you're a politician, you say, I want to spend $1 billion on a train and I'm going to raise your taxes, people generally tell you to frick off, no matter what state you're in, you know? So, yeah, like I said, this is a hard problem to solve, dude. I don't have all the answers on that one, man. I like spaceflight. People also don't like not that eating meat is a big thing. The person do reduce their carbon footprint. People only believe it's convenient to them. I mean, yeah, but S, you're overlooking the simple solution well, okay, all right. I don't know this for sure. All right, I don't think you're overlooking a simple solution. I have a question. Let me phrase it like this. I have a question, and I'm gonna flip over to Kerbal, guys. Now that I think we had that was a good conversation. That was fun. I want to get back to seeing if that damn shuttle thing works. We're gonna blow up a lot more pads today for fun. S, can everybody A, afford to eat off plants, and B, are plants sustainable enough to feed a population of 7 billion? It might not necessarily be about carbon emissions at that point. You know, yeah, you can curb your carbon emissions, but now people don't have enough food. Now you have a food shortage. I don't think it's as easy as just saying, oh, meat eaters aren't thinking of the planet. I don't think that doesn't sound right. You see what I'm saying? Like, once again, that's why I chose to phrase it as a question, not, oh, you're overseeing this. Can everybody afford to just eat plants? Is the Earth sustainable enough for everybody to just eat plants all the time? Plants take less energy in space? I don't know, man. Everybody's going to need to be their own farmer at that point. Now, if we want decentralized farming, there you go. Then I think that would be a wise idea. Like if everybody has solar panels on their house, that might not be the worst way to do it. But once again, there's always a trade-off. Dude, people just don't eat meat out of sheer ignorance. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm sure there's people out there like that. And I really like bacon, man. I'm not going to lie to you. I really like bacon and I really like hamburgers. Oh, I'm sorry. I just do. I get it. But I really like hamburgers. You know, it's true. But like I said, you know, if that problem was an easy problem to solve, it would have gotten solved already. Any chicken bros in chat? I love chicken, Spiffy. Chicken's delicious. Yeah, and Scorp, I'm glad. The whole point of these provoking conversations is I'm trying to get you guys to think. I'm trying to get you guys to use your noodle. Critically think about things. All right? I'm very wary about people that say this is the end-all, be-all solution to our problems. Like, we need to just do this. If Elon was out there saying electric cars are going to solve all of our climate change problems, I'd call him a psycho, because that's not how that works. But he doesn't say that, does he? He doesn't say that. He says this is one thing that we can do to accelerate us to a more sustainable lifestyle. That's what he says. That's what he's always said. He's been saying that for the last 15 years. And his story has never changed. That's how I know he's legit. Or one of the reasons. That's how you know he's actually trying to fix something. There's no end-all, be-all solution. Anybody that thinks there's a wonder solution to this problem is crazy. Growing meat takes more plants than directly feeding humans because meat eats more plants than people do. That's fair. Okay, fair argument. Many pork, beef, and dairy farms use waste products from commercial food production and street nutrition for the animals. Yeah, interesting. Yeah. Think about it. For all the calories that are in the meat, the animal has to get that from plants too. And only about 5% of the calories are passed down. I'm not... like, this is why I asked you this question. You didn't answer my question. There's no doubt that eating plants is an easier system. What I'm saying is that can we afford to do that? I mean, I guess you did, but I'd be curious to look at that. Because if it was that simple, it would have been done. You know what I mean? Like, that's how I look at things. There's something here that we're missing. It's not just as easy as, oh, everybody should eat plants. In fact, if you go around saying that, people are going to tell you to go frick yourself. Am I right? Like, how many times in the past, people made, you're a vegetarian, right? Like, and I'm not saying that that's right either. That's not right either. That doesn't sound right at all. Solar panels are like electric cars that cost a lot to produce. The panels will never produce the power they used to be built. Over time they could if we figure out better energy density storage supercraft. Once again, viable solution. Don't know if it'll be a good one in the long run. It could be. I had to leave for a bit during that suit presser. Not sure if you saw this. The spiral development that guy mentioned. Oh, yeah, Novus, I have it right here. I was reading about it. It's similar to iterative design, huh? There's a portion of people that think a food shortage is just what we need. Eliminate a few million insignificant... Yeah, those people are also crazy, cavemen. Yeah. Yeah. Eliminate a few million insignificant... Yep, nope. That's, dumb. How about we just go to space and not have to worry about that problem? I mean, don't get me wrong. Going to space and having cities on the moon will present their own challenges. I'm not saying that they won't. There'll be other problems to solve, because there's always going to be one. Us existing is a problem to solve. It's true. It's not just a cost thing, it's a cultural movement thing as well. What is your reasoning behind why it would be affordable or not? In regards to what, of course. Sorry, I'm trying to pivot us back to Kerbal, so I kind of closed the book on that conversation in my head. Naturally, people can survive without meat, but with modern technology, it is absolutely possible to be healthy without meat. Sure, of course. Forest countries are going to be domestic grain and vegetables. Okay. That's how most designs go. It depends on how formal you make with capturing the baseline at every iteration. Yep. And also how in-depth you go with each cycle. NASA likes to call them design analysis cycles. It's kind of what we're doing with Ares right now. I'm just kind of... The bee dies slowly because there is too much farmland and then they have no variation on their food. It also applies to people that we have to have a varying food pattern such as meat. Yeah, like I said, there's no wonder solution. That's the thing that I keep asking. I see all the plant people in chat. Oh, plants are the be-all solution. Plants are this. Plants are way better than this. Plants are way better than eating meat. Poor countries don't eat meat. What's the trade-off then? All right, you tell me the downside. Okay? Right? You're trying to sell me on everybody eating plants. See, now you're doing the thing that I'm skeptical of. All right? Anytime somebody says this is a wonder solution to our problems, you tell me the downside now. I want to know. What's the downside? The trade-off is people like bacon. That's it? That's the only downside. That's it. Synthetic meat, baby, let's go. If we could do it as Anku, that'd be fine. I'm not saying that everybody should eat plants. Yeah, TLDR, let's see how meat works out in the next 20 years. See the pros and cons. In the meantime, time for explosions. Yep. Fertilizer and algae blooms. Point is, if we wean ourselves off meat right now, that might change the climate. Don't you think? It's gonna change the climate. You're gonna screw with entire ecosystems doing that. Ecosystems that have been like this for a long time. There are downsides, or potential downsides. Guys, if someone's trying to sell me on an idea, if they can't point out the own flaws with their idea, I don't believe them. Because you can't even tell me what's wrong with your own idea. How the hell do I know that this is a good idea in the first place? I can tell you the pros and cons of you doing all commercial. I can tell you the pros and cons of doing all commercial when it comes to a space program. I can tell you the pros and cons when it comes to doing an all in-house government space program. I can tell you the pros and cons of both. Even the ideas that I don't like when it comes to NASA, I'll tell you the pros and cons. See what I mean? If you really want to sell people on this idea, and once again, don't get confused. I'm not saying that everybody switching to plants is a bad idea. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you just go around telling people all the good things about eating plants, that's going to make more enemies in the long run. Because you can't say the bad. That shows that you haven't critically thought about this idea. See what I'm talking about? You got to tell people the cons. You have to sell them on the full idea. Especially, that's a key thing, dude. That is really, really important. That's the point that I'm trying to make. I don't think our ecosystems have depended on factory farms, just saying. I get you, Novus. Yep. The trade-off is that survival, while being healthy without meat takes a more complicated diet than most people aren't educated or willing enough to learn. What do you do with the waste, the chaff, the straw, those things that are currently used, farm byproducts for meat production? See what I mean? And like when let me go back a little bit. When I say that it could affect our environment, I'm talking not necessarily about just not having meat there. If you grow plants where the cattle are, for instance, right? What about all those people that don't have jobs now? Yeah, okay, now they all eat plants. All right, now you have poverty, right? So now you're going to cause influx in other areas of the city, other areas, because people are going to cause work. But my point is that you're trying to get at a much bigger cultural and societal problem. You're opening up a can of worms that not even you know how to solve. See what I'm saying there? And once again, I'm not saying that we shouldn't do this. Don't get confused. I like eating plants. I sold myself on it. Eating meat doesn't fill you up. If you eat meat with plants, oh, hell yeah. Give me some green beans and some corn and some rice with my steak. I'm in. That's delicious. I could do that all day. It's freaking delicious, dude. I'm not saying it's a bad idea. I'm saying that if you want to sell people on this idea, you have to tell them what the downside is. And you can't just say, oh, you're ignorant to the benefits. That doesn't work. We've tried that already. What does that do? That gets people to say, oh, go screw yourself. Now you've made somebody that's against you, that is going to impede progress. See what I'm talking about? You can't be like that. You got to be able to tell the cons. You have to think about this stuff, man. This is what I do. The reason why I know this is because this is what I do with space. If someone comes in here and they're legitimately skeptical of the space program, I will tell them the downsides straight up.